Yep. Everything going wrong.
Right? You know. As you do.
Be that way.
Make the plan, execute the plan, expect
Just
the plan
fade
to go off the
plans.
rails, throw away the plan.
Right. And fuck the plan.
That's pretty much what Thorne said. You know, he asked if it was okay to fuck the plan. Consent's important here.
You know.
God, Thorne got messed up.
Yeah, I think took about half my health. It's not too bad. He definitely had to solo a couple things by himself.
Yeah, just a couple.
Fine, he's got it.
I really liked that during that last fight, Taz just black maged. She did not move a single step. She was just there in the middle of the room. It was like, okay, spell, spell, spell. Okay, not moving. Don't need to move.
Just hanging out.
No one's letting them get to me. I like this.
Right? They're actually covering the sorcerer.
Nah.
So, Hawk and I may have gone a bit too far with the mods this time.
Oh no, what did you do?
We wanted to see how far we could level up. So we found a mod, at least the only mod that we could find in Mod Manager, that would work. So it increased the level to 260.
Why?
What? What is the point? Holy shit.
20
Is
in
this
every
for
class.
Baldur's Gate?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so you can have a level 20 in every class, right?
Essentially, yes. But we're testing to see how far we
Jesus.
can get
Well,
via the story. Because we've gotten
Like-
to, like, Act 3, and we were level 20, and we still had, like, 5 things to do, so we're getting all the experience for nothing. So we were simply curious as to, you know, how far we could go.
Too far.
Yes, let's just casually become gods and just
You
play
know.
the game from there.
We're almost level 30.
Jeez.
Go further beyond.
Yeah. We're still having fun.
Heck
I
yeah,
mean,
that's all that
That's
really
all that
matters.
matters.
Yeah.
Because Hawk changed the settings to where I think he changed, like, the difficulty. We're not actually playing on the difficulty in honor mode. We're
Excuse
playing
me.
more like the combat-wise, it's like honor mode combat. So, like, the
It better be if you
NPC.
level cap is 20 in every class. Good fucking
Yeah.
count.
No, I'm gonna play on story mode and just literally not even one shot everything, just like zero shot everything. It just
I don't-
dies whenever you look at it.
I have all this power and I don't even need to use it.
Exactly.
Right?
All right. How's it going, Ken?
Hello. It's going.
Let's see, where are my notes? Right. So, as we go into tonight's game, let me go ahead and do what I've done for the last several years and start with a short recap. As last game, you delved into the deep mines beneath the city of Grockheim, the city of winter here within the Feywilds, on a mission to retrieve a Feywild crystal capable of becoming a crystal of light, or life. Sorry, I meant to say life. You trekked downward following a map given to you by Rose's mother, Sarah, that had been kept within the Regent's office for decades now, as these mines have been abandoned, and reached a minor cave-in. There were spiders. There was a big spider. You guys, you did pretty well. You crushed my spiders. And then, as Ken enlarged himself and used his enlarge reduce spell a few times, summoned his mechanical dragon construct, and finally got some assistance from the rest of the party, you guys were able to dig a tunnel through the cave-in and make it down into the deeper mines. And as you followed the path that Ken had memorized from the map, not straying from that simple directive to just get to that base chamber, that wide opening that had kind of like a question mark unknown on the map about it. And as you stepped closer and closer, you felt as the air got warmer and warmer, and you started to hear the running of water. And as you stepped into this chamber, the air itself, kind of a mild 60, 70 degrees, you saw in the center this massive cluster of constantly, vibrantly changing colored crystals. And as you grew closer and closer, Rose felt an irresistible urge to touch that cluster of crystals. And as they did, an overwhelming sense of belonging and home and peace overtook them. They pressed their forehead against the crystal, and as they succumbed into that peaceful reverie, Thorn followed up beside and also, yoked himself into whatever that was. You guys had to endeavor to pull Rose from it, reaching out to them with both impassioned pleas and promises, as well as some physical assistance to literally pull them away. And as you managed to break them free, you then took the pickaxe that you had taken from the ready room far above and struck the crystal. And as you did, a chunk about 2 feet long, about 18 inches, 8 inches in diameter, fell free. And as it did, this resonating through the chamber, and a few creatures manifested as some chaotic monstrosities came into being to defend the crystal of life from those that would attempt to harm this natural anomaly. You defended yourselves. Oni stunlocked the shit out of my T-Rex. Still a little like, I never got to use my T-Rex. But it's fine.
Poor
because
T-Rex.
Poor Registar. You managed to emerge victorious from the battle. Taz gathered up the large crystal that had been mined and handed it to Ken, who masterfully secured it in a series of, I think you used the cloth from some of the old winter gear, right, that you'd been kind of shredding up to make like a sachet type situation, and then bandoliered it around your chest. Similar to how he had secured the shell of Terrastiel. You then proceeded to climb the probably mile or so of tunnel up and up and up and out. And as you got further away from that wellspring at the base of the mines, the cold overtook you and you had to reach back into your bags of holdings to retrieve your cold weather gear and kind of bundle yourselves back up. And as you stepped
Thorn
out,
was out of luck because I was a cat.
that's right, you were a cat. I knew there was something. You turned into a cat and you were being carried by Taz. Thorn
Done
Thorn
thinking.
huddled next to Aerith, who kept a kind of constant firebolt going off that was giving these bursts of heat because the spell you're really looking for is produce flame, but you don't have that, so you're kind of trying, and it worked. He was grateful for any. It was kind of like, ooh, that's better. Ooh, that's better. Ooh, that's better. As you stepped
And
out.
does have close displacement.
Aerith is also blue.
Yes, Earth is
Don't
also.
look at me.
Earth is blue, Rose is a cat, and Ken has a cloak.
Those are the three things that we need to know going into tonight's game. As the 7 of you, 7.5, we'll call the Echo a half here, walk out from the tunnels into the wide ready room beneath the castle of Grogheim. The torches are still burning on the wall, but the guard who led you down here is no longer here. Ken, you have no idea what time it is during the day, but you do know that you've been down there for about 3 or 4 hours, given the hike down, the time spent mining, the hike back up. So, as you guys now you've gathered together, the door creaks shut behind you into the mines in order to make sure no spiders make their way into the castle. What you guys want
Make
to
sure
do?
that door's locked.
You take the
Burn it down.
wooden kind of beam and lay it down into the cross section of the door so that it is braced from this side to make sure nothing can get in.
Yes, a physical barrier will protect against creatures that can transverse into the ethereal plane.
Yes.
Nailed
Hey, they're not smart enough to know that.
They haven't come up here yet. They've been down there for a while, or not. I don't know. I need to go sit down. He just slinks down over to the wall, and curls up a bit.
Rude. Yeah, I feel that. I guess Ken will briefly stretch and double check his wounds and stuff from the fights previously and check on everyone else, make sure they're relatively okay.
Roll me a medicine check. As you kind of look over yourself, your gear blocked pretty much all of the impacts from you. There's some minor scuffs and scrapes along your armor, but that can be buffed out overnight. You look around, and it looks like Rose is kind of like...
Rose is a cat.
Rose is a cat, that's fair.
The cat looks fine.
The cat looks fine. Takashi looks a bit on the fence, but mostly okay. Thorn looks pretty messed up. He's kind of like slinked down. He's just kind of curled over, but he's giving you a thumbs up, and he's like, "I'm fine. I just need to sleep it off. I think I cracked a rib, and I just need to wrap it, and I'll be right as rain."
Okay. Let me know if anything changes. Okay. Well, I guess once everyone's at least got a couple minutes to get a breather in, we'll go find Rose's mom and let her know the good news.
All right. Well, anybody have anything else they want to do here in this moment, or heading upstairs?
I got nothing.
I got nothing.
I don't have it.
I'm just making sure. All right. So as you kind of reassess your gear, go over everything, Ken, the path down here was pretty straightforward. You lead everyone back through the dungeons as the mine entrance was kind of tied in with the dungeons of the castle, and up the two long spiral staircases going up another 1,000 or so feet. You emerge back into the castle above and find your way back over to the regent's office. And as you guys kind of gather together out front of the door, are you knocking? Just going in? What's the plan?
I'm gonna knock. Being respectful.
Knock, knock, knock. Yeah, come on in. You hear from
Right.
within.
All right. Well, permission granted. Let's go in.
You head on in, and Sarah is sitting in her kind of. It looks large for her because she's not a particularly big woman. Like she's pretty petite, but it's a decently sized wooden oaken chair with big cushions on the arms and the seat. And she's sitting down, kind of looking at the papers, and she looks up and sees you all walking, and goes, "Oh, you're back quicker than I expected. Uh, how'd it go?"
Uh, well, first things first. Don't let anyone else go back down there.
Yeah, that.
Noted. Okay.
Those spiders being able to phase in and out of the ethereal plane. So, absolutely, hell no on having to fight them again.
Takes out a little piece of parchment. Spiders phasing in and out. Do not enter. Got it. Okay. I will put the word out that the mines are to be continued to be sealed off. But were you guys able to find what you were looking for?
Yes, actually. Ken will like start to pull it out to show her, but he just remembered what Rose and Thorn experienced down there, and he's not 100% sure if the same effect will take a hold of Rose's mom. I guess he'll look back to the party and like give like, should I show her that look? Like, should I go ahead?
Aerith will give like a maybe not shrug.
Uh,
Well,
that doesn't help.
we got what we needed. Let's just say that.
That's good. I'm glad. Okay, so what's your next step? Is there anything I can do to help? Are you staying here? Do you need rooms in the castle? What can we do?
Yeah, it'd be yeah. Well, it's a little up in the air right now, but yeah, I think a rest would be beneficial to everyone, especially our more potent casters. And it'll give me some time to analyze our bounty, and I guess move forward from there.
Okay. Let me go and make some arrangements. Why don't you guys wait here? And I'll be back in a few minutes to let you know where we can put you up for the time being, and then you can just let me know if there's anything you need. Kind of like walks up to the group, sees everybody. You're still a cat, aren't you, Rose?
Yep.
Sees the cat in Taz's arms. She just smiles at it, kind of reaches out and scruffs your head. Okay, I'll be back. Heads out into the hall.
I guess Ken will find a seat to cup a squat while we wait.
So, what is our next step then?
Well, if I remember correctly, the Lady of Fall was did she want us to come back and show her the crystal?
Most
It'd
likely
seem-
to put her power into it. Or maybe, should we wait until we have all 4? Or do we do it one by one?
Might be
Eh,
better to get Titania's and
Yeah, let's.
Spring Guys
Yeah,
first.
let's.
That way.
Yeah, I think even if we do figure out how to make this process work, getting to Tanya's and Oberon's abilities or powers first takes priority because they're not going to agree normally to something like this. So, when in doubt, take it from them.
I
That's the spirit.
suppose.
uh, Rose will stand up and shake out and just,
Oh.
fine. Just turn back.
Welcome back.
Right. It's nice not to think for a little bit. But okay, hold on. You don't want to do Veranestra first. Are you sure?
No.
What if we get to Titania or Oberon, whoever we're doing first, and we don't know how to do it?
That's true.
Because I'm not exactly sure. This isn't something that's ever been done before, or hell, I don't even know if it's ever been thought of before.
Yeah, we're treading into new territory, so we need to make sure we get everything in order first and then start to experiment proper. So I guess
You
Yeah.
can send a message to Nicholas to see if he has any insight.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but either way, again, this is kind of new ground we're treading. The courts, as far as I know, have never been without one of the 4 leaders, much less planning to take all of them.
yeah. So
I mean, should it be something we do quickly then? Like, should we try to get all 4 in a day? You know?
Uh,
That way it's all like like a band-aid getting ripped off, you know? Just
I'm not against it, but at the same time, I feel like it's gonna be hard.
I
And
think,
I mean,
yeah.
in terms of how to do this, we should at least have access to all 4. Because we won't know how exactly it's going to go. Whether we need all 4, or if we can do one by one.
how do we have access to them beforehand?
We don't need to do it now.
No, I mean, if I don't, I'm not against it. Just that, like, having all 4 of them together and doing it at the same time. But I don't think Oberon and Titania are going to just hold on a minute.
yeah,
We're
especially
gonna.
when it's basically been confirmed that Titania's gone off the deep end, so she's not gonna try to hear anything out in regard
I
to
mean,
her power being taken.
yeah, I'm still not against talking to her or trying to, but I know that I don't even know if we can talk to Oberon at this point. He might
Well,
be a little far gone.
If there's anything.
he follows Titania, though, right?
Sure,
So if we
but
can
even
convince Titania, wouldn't she be able to convince Oberon for us?
I feel like it would be a lot harder to convince her without him off the chessboard already.
Fair enough.
It's a
So
lot of moving parts, I know.
Okay, how about this? Arif, get in contact with Nicholas, see if he has any perspective on this crystal, and maybe he has any ideas on how to move forward. Rose, what do you think of possibly calling for a parlay?
I think that we could try. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know if it's possible or not. And while she has the upper hand with an entire dragon and all of that, I don't think she's willing to talk.
I mean, we won't know unless we ask.
I could ask her tonight if you would like. At least feel it.
It's worth a shot. I mean, it kind of doesn't really matter either way. I mean, if she says yes, cool, and then we can try our best to talk to her then, but if she doesn't, we'll just have to do it the hard way.
Yeah. Like I said, I think I think doing this with Veronestra first might be the best.
Won't Titania know, though? Because aren't all the archway technically interconnected, so if one of them's gone, all of them will feel it?
Yeah.
That's
might
that's
use
what
that
she
as a way
seemed.
of just to getting the rest of the Feywild under her control.
That, or it could put her on a back foot. Like I said, that's never happened before, that they've just been missing, as far as I know.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, huh? Okay, well, tell you what. Skip the parlay talk. Contact Lady Veronestra. Let her know that we secured the crystal. And after we get some rest, we'll make our way back to the Fall Court. Arif, I'm still going to need you to contact Nicholas, see if he has some perspective on how to
did.
figure this out.
He did.
Oh.
Oh man.
Did I put you in a bind?
Yeah, a little bit. Right, here's the thing. Here, I'm gonna respond. Give me a second.
Okay. Take your time. It's not like the fate of realities. In trouble.
Nah.
He doesn't know what you're doing.
Oh.
Just because he's a mechanist doesn't mean he's omniscient.
More spell slots.
I know. That's I've been
You got
sitting here
plenty
going
of
like,
those, right?
ooh, ee, ah.
I only have 4 chances to do this.
That's a whole 100 words.
That's true. How will I word this? I don't even know how many words it's gonna be to explain everything we learned from the fall.
I know. It's just really. Actually, can you also send me, roll me a d20? Because we didn't do that. Shit's going between planes too, so we have some static.
Right. Did you?
It's
Hey, okay. Well, that's good. It's not a 1. Did burn a 20 though. That sucks.
I know. At least it wasn't the first roll of the day. Or maybe it should have been.
It was for your first roll of the day.
Thorn kind of like pushes himself off the wall and he goes, I am very familiar with where the infirmary is. I'm gonna go see if they can bandage me up. I'll meet you guys back here in a little bit.
Yeah. Rose will just kind of wave him. Just, yep, go. I'll send you a message, let you know where the rooms are when we're done.
Perfect. Okay, see you then. It kind of like winces a little bit, heads out into the hall. You hear tick, 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 as his footsteps get quieter. And a moment later, they get louder, and he walks past the open door. It's the other way. He's a fool. All right, well. What was that word you had said when we were talking to Veranestra, Ken? There was a moment she was saying something about needing to refine the gem.
Oh, that's right. Huh.
Do we have a step you still need to do before we even think about that?
Yes. I guess once we get to our rooms, I guess I'll try to pull up any information Sid might have told me.
Hey,
about it. Can I roll a check to try to pull out any memories in regards to the talk of Orasight with Sid way back when?
roll me a history check.
Flash of genius.
It is an in-base check too, so you have your ring. If you don't need it. Okay. So, as you kind of going through this whole process, having spoken with Veranestra, arrived here, sitting in here in Sarah's office for the last 10 or 15 minutes while Aerith tries to assemble his sending note, writing out his words, a few words here and scratching it out, trying to figure out how to get the information to Nick in just the right amount of words. You're kind of meditating, half in that trance-like state, and you find yourself remembering a time when you were a young man, maybe 17, 18. It was after you'd been left by your father with Sid, and Sid was discussing the various kinds of powers of artificery and how its potential could be reached. And you had asked him about Orasight, as he had mentioned it, and you remember now that the origins of the myth go back about 400 or 500 years to a time in Launton's history where the various city-states of the nation were embroiled in a heavy civil war. The clans that run that country, kind of own it, were vying for resources. Launton's not very big. It's only about maybe 400 or 500 miles from north to south and 100 miles from east to west, and most of that is very rocky and swamplands, heavy hills, things like that. So it's not very amenable to civilization. And the pockets of civilization that managed to carve their own place there soon found their resources dwindling, and civil wars broke out as they attempted to take from their neighbors. And it was during these civil wars that an artificer working for the House Madani discovered a way to create a crystal capable of housing a soul. called it Orosite. And he used it to create the War Machina that changed the entire face of Lawton, as he created the Warforged. And the Warforged were a race of sentient, armored creations, kind of fueled by this small shard of Orosite at their core. The secrets, ever since, are heavily guarded by House Madani, and Sid, he seemed to have a bit of a grudge against them. His family was a part of the house, as Madani was one of the victors of this great civil war several hundred years ago. And but he wasn't like a high-ranking member of the family. He was one of the more rank and file soldiers and was treated as such. They have a very classist society there. He didn't have the secrets, but as you kind of like go back into your memory and remember the story, the information exists. It can be done, and you know that for the Lontanians, at least, it said that they used a type of quartz crystal to form the base of this, but then a specific process of artificery was needed in order to shape like the arcane structure of the crystal to resonate with that of a soul.
Information. Okay. Oh, and we have quite the repository of information. Quite handy, don't we? Oh, Aerith,
Book dimension.
it's time to open up the book dimension.
Oh. I pull out the key and open it.
Okay. So you're opening it for him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Aerith
I'm still
pulls
like,
out the key.
writing down, trying to figure out what the fuck to say.
And as he kind of like absent-mindedly just like puts his right hand out into the air and turns the key to make the door manifest, you hear as the door into the office opens and Sarah walks in. Okay, so I've got you. Oh, there's a door in my office that wasn't here before. That's weird.
Oops.
Surprise.
Okay. Oh,
It's for you.
you're not a
Except
cat.
it's not.
Welcome back, Rose.
Hello.
So,
Just needed a break.
yeah, that's fair. Okay, well, like I was saying, I have your rooms ready, or is kind of like points at the book dimension door and has a very confused look on her face.
Channel pop back out, like check on everyone. Oh, hey, sorry, Miss Sarah. Kind of had a flash of inspiration, as it were, and I needed to get access to some information immediately. So don't worry about the door. It should be out of here soonish. Okay, bye.
Whoosh. Door closes. Aerith, you go back to scribbling. Sarah looks at Takashi and Oni. What have you two been doing through the conversations? Just vibing?
Yeah, just letting them focus
Yeah.
on their thing.
Okay.
I can't really help with handling Foresight, getting it ready or anything like that. So it's trying to stay out of the way as much as possible. Let the people that are competent handle it.
It's fair. Okay, well, I will lead the rest of you to your rooms. Aerith, if you want to stay here, can the door come with us, or is it just in my office now?
I mean, I'd prefer to wait for Ken to leave and then put it somewhere else.
Okay,
What
so you
does
can't
happen
move
if
it.
What would happen if you closed it and he's still in there?
I'd rather not test that right now.
Oh.
I was about to make a comment, but your mother is here.
What is that? What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to follow Miss Sarah and go to our rooms and get some rest in preparation for what will no doubt be a long day, one way or the other. Would you like to join me? We can go pick up Thorn.
Why don't you go pick him up and find out and let me know where they are?
All right. And leans over and gives you a kiss. Are you okay?
Mostly, it's been a lot today and every day.
Mostly is better than I was expecting, so. All right. I'll send you a message once we get to a safe place. Get to our rooms. She's gonna go with Sarah. Aerith, you said you're staying behind?
I'll wait for Ken to come out.
Continue to work on your message.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got this. I believe in you.
Nah.
What part are you
Anoni?
stuck on?
Oh.
Huh?
No, do them first, I guess. Well,
Okay, I was
since
just
I'm
gonna say,
staying here.
Takashi and Oni, are you staying or going?
Great question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same. My computer decided now is the time to
Oh, no.
update. So
Oh,
I guess I'm gonna stay.
It
I noticed
detected
that you
Oh.
were out.
that beautiful internet of Ethan's house. It was like, I'll get as much done as I can.
I could start working on finishing up the last of the Fey pellets.
Actually, that's a good call. I'll go and I'll get some more hours in on the book, I guess.
Okay.
That's something I don't have to roll for. It's just time spent. So.
Yeah. She leads you kind of off into this western wing of the castle and upstairs down a long hallway. And she kind of points into one. Goes, all right, so you and Rose and Thorn will be in here, and then I've got this one set up. I've got these two set up for the rest of the party, so you guys can kind of divvy yourselves up however you want. 2 beds in each, and if there's anything else you guys need, just give me a holler. And she smiles back before leaving you guys to your rooms. Takashi, you were going to work on your pellets, you said?
Yeah, because I collected the resources to
Yes.
make the pellets, but I haven't finished making all the pellets.
Gotcha. Right. Okay. So you kind of head into the room, and it's Spartan, but comfortable. There are these long tapestry drapes that hang in front of the windows, and when you open them, there's that like burst of cold off of the glass from the frosty coating on the outside. Looking out from this vantage point, you can see this beautiful city of smokestacks and snow-capped buildings as far as you can see into this kind of perpetually drifting winter snowfall. And it's peaceful. It's beautiful. It's just not a lot of people moving around out there because it's cold as hell. But you find a comfortable table to sit down at, kind of set out your reagents and start working on them. Oni, you pull up a nice comfortable chair and pull the book out from your portable hole. Kind of get comfortable. Meanwhile, back down in Sarah's office, Rose and Aerith discussing the message to Nick.
Right. What parts are you struggling on?
Hold
What
on, I
is
think I
what
almost got
exactly?
it.
Okay. What are you even asking him?
Just advice on how to execute this.
And while Aerith types that up, can you roll me an investigation check? As you step through the door, having just spoken with Miss Sarah, and look down into this kind of dimension is square. It has a kind of that's
Hey.
amazing. a recessed
Motivated.
center area with these kind of like long.
Wait, should I
It's got
roll
like
4
a
times?
yes, actually, and kind of got like a Library of Congress type feeling, but much smaller. It's only about 40 feet to a side, with a center area filled with like tables that can be used as workbenches and these bookshelves that go up probably about like forehead height for
Oh,
you. You can
fuck.
kind of see above them. Um, you begin to
Ugh.
look around.
It's fine as long as you don't roll a 1. I was just like one random one in the middle is a 1 and he misses part of the sentence.
Uh,
That's fine.
I was like, good, good, great, great. Thank you, Google Docs, for the word count.
Right.
Right. I gotta think of how to answer 100 words worth of sendings.
Yep.
Essentially.
And did you say you were using Flash of Genius?
No.
No. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Oh boy.
Did I do it right or no?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It
Okay.
is. It's the right kind of information. It's just trying to like resonate, because like you're saying this to Stir or to Nick, and Nick is repeating it to Stir and Mia because they're all together. And so I'm using all three of their perspectives to try to figure out how to reply, but only Nick can reply, and technically he can only reply to the last one in 25 words. Because you have to reply to them individually, and as you were stopping like mid-sentence, he knew that you were going to be sending more. So
I mean, he has plenty of spell slots.
he
He can
does.
just
Right.
spiel
He can
about,
answer separately in his own 4 different sentences.
Hmm. Oh boy.
Just like, all right, here, Nicholas, have a lower dump.
Hey, that's exactly 100 words. Neat.
Oh boy.
Ken, as you begin to dig through the book dimension, you find a lot of technical manuals on artificery. This entire bookshelf that you find yourself drawn to has kind of schematics, blueprints. It's kind of like spell scrolls, but for artificery. And as you start flipping through these books, you realize that these have been written by people that you've never heard of because they come from Launton, and aside from a few names that have been spoken of by Sid, there's been very little exposure to that culture. But you do find one that you recognize. Let's see, what was it? Veril Madani, High Artificer of the Madani Court, circa 560 years ago. A detailed journal on the exploration of the soul and what it means to the arcane.
Jackpot?
Going to take a couple hours to kind of leaf through quickly so you can get a grasp of it. But as you pull that one out and recognize the name and kind of open up the title and see it, bring your pile of books back over to that central work table station and begin deciphering things. Rose, you see Aerith cast 1 spell, 2 spells, 3 spells, 4 spells. He sends 4 little pieces of paper off into the ether that kind of just... A moment passes. Aerith kind of like sits up, like he's hearing a voice, because he is, as Nicholas responds.
Well, what did he say?
So the
What did you say, I guess, to start?
I essentially told him what we learned from Veranestra, and saying that we do have a crystal, and
Okay.
how exactly we need to execute gathering the essence of life. And, if we need to do it, all 4 at once or one by one. And he said that power like that can be volatile, but a proper containment vessel should be sufficient. And he says that he has notes on how he created his stone and his tower. And he said that it's most likely we'll need all 4 to charge the crystal at
Right.
once.
Well, we knew we would need all of them overall
At the same time.
at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know how we're going to do it all at the same time.
I mean, the best bet is to try and talk to Titania.
Like I said, I can try. I don't make any promises that she'll listen, and if, like I said, if she still has Oberon, she thinks she's got it in the bag. She thinks she can destroy us, so why would she listen? Okay.
Technically, you have
Well,
25 words to reply with, Aerith, if you want to, because that last
Oh.
sending you can reply to if you wanted. I just thought of it in that moment, but
How would I reply if I need
to you.
Um. I mean, currently, I don't have anything to say back to him. I mean, the only thing I can say is thank you for the
That
insight.
sounds good. Thumbs up.
We'll see how we can unite all four. And yeah, I'll sever the connection. Cut the
Well-
line.
Well, he mentioned his own notes. How does your archive work that has all of recorded history in it?
Essentially. But he did say he kept a few secrets, so his notes will have a good chunk, but in terms of like more important information, I'd probably have to ask him.
I mean, it's a start. Do you want to go find his notes?
Yeah, if we can find them.
Have fun.
What happened to this Wii thing?
I said you can go find his notes.
They did. 100% they did. I was listening.
I'll go into the book dimension, find Ken, and relay what I learned.
Okay. You find Ken hunched over a kind of older looking tome, although all of the tomes here within the book dimension always look pristine. They look older, aged. You can tell how old they are, but none of them look worn or battered. There's just that kind of like general air of age and mystery, mystique to them. He seems to be quite enthralled at the moment, kind of just like flipping through pages, scanning, kind of flip pages, scan. As you head in and inform what you had discussed with Nicholas.
Poke.
Yep. Oh, shit. Hey, what's up?
So, I got a few things back from Nicholas.
Mhm.
We need all four to be united to charge the crystal.
Right.
And Nicholas did say that he has notes on how he created his stone. But it's in
Where?
his tower.
We don't know where his tower is.
We know his tower's in... Wait.
Yeah, we do. We know it's in.
He mentioned his tower a lot. No one really asked him.
Shit.
Technically, there's one person who knows where it is. Because he did tell Magenta.
That's true.
that's
he
helpful.
did.
I forgot to ask where his tower is.
You got more spell slots, right? Oh.
No. I'll need to take a short rest to arcane recovery at least.
Okay, I mean, that's easy. You can kill an hour narratively, just chilling here in the library with Ken while he flips through the pages.
I'll probably do that.
Okay. While you do that, Rose, did you have anything else you want to do? You heading back to your room for the night?
No, we'll just find the most comfortable chair here in the office and like sit and wait for Sarah to come back.
It's probably another 5 or 10 minutes, and she opens the door, closes it behind her, and turns around and smiles and sees just you there, the shimmering outline of the book dimension door gently illuminating half of the room. She just smiles. All your friends find their own place to go?
Well, two of them are currently researching, I suppose. or book spelunking, I guess. I think the
Okay.
rest of them went with you.
It's true. It's true. Kind of like does like a little half bounce in place and then goes, okay, she turns around, goes over to her chair and sits down. So, what's going on? I mean, you seem, I mean, it's been a while since I saw you, but you seem a little stressed out.
That's a good way to put it. I don't know. Things are just not going exactly to plan, I suppose.
They rarely do.
Yeah. 7 years of our lives planned and fell apart in, 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it hasn't stopped falling apart since then.
It probably won't for a little bit. But here's the thing. That's just how life is. The more we try to control everything, the more likely it is to burst free from our grasp. And then all we can really do is the best we can and try to fix it, try to build something new out of the pieces, and try to find happiness in a changed world. Because life is gonna change everything, and we have no way of stopping that. And I think people who try to are fools.
Seems fair, I guess.
But, and here's the thing, we can't just allow those pieces to sit on the floor or to hit the floor. We have to try to catch them. As things fall apart, we scramble and we dig. Sometimes we run so that we can build something out of what broke. And she looks over at the door. You got 2 friends on a book adventure, 2 more hard at work upstairs, and 2 more waiting to support you. I think you guys are doing everything you can to try to catch every piece and put it back together in the best way possible. Don't get hung up on the plan. The plan was just a plan. Plans change.
It was kind of nice having an idea, at least, of what we were doing, but I guess so. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Like you said, we're working on it. We're fixing the plan, making new plans.
Expecting the plans to go off the rails.
Yeah. I didn't mean to be here just to complain to you. I told you that we'd talk. And so I got a couple hours, I think. Finally. I just don't know what to talk about, which is different than usual. I usually know what to talk about with people.
She gets up from her chair, walks over to where you're sitting and sits down in the seat next to you, kind of puts her hand on your knee. If you want to complain, go for it. I'm here, okay? Anything you need. If you just need to get it off your chest, I will listen. I will tell you how that just is so unfair because, life is really unfair sometimes. Anything you need from me, I'm here, okay? That's all I want.
Okay. I don't want to talk about failure. It's the first time that we've talked in ever. I know we've talked a couple times beforehand. That wasn't really talking.
No. How about this? Now that I have met them, well, I guess I met them before you even met them.
Apparently.
How did you meet them? Why don't you take me on a trip down memory lane, huh? Let's. I always love listening to your stories when
We almost killed
you're
her.
I was
when you're
gonna say.
inspiring the troops, and I want to know everything. I want to know where you grew up. I want to know why you chose the name Rose. I want to know uh, anything and everything. So whatever you want to talk about, she just squeezes like your knee right here, okay? And we can get food sent up. We can get some hot chocolate, get some coffee, whatever we need. We'll just sit here, you and me, get to know each other, okay? And if you have questions for me, I'm an open book.
Okay. Yeah. That's talking about me. That's easy. I can do that. Okay.
He smiles a big wide grin.
Yeah, I guess Rose will talk about everything.
Go into the tale. Within the book dimension, Aerith, you spend an hour quietly meditating and focusing on your arcane potential. Recharge a couple spell slots. What you got?
I will send a message to Nicholas saying Ken is researching on how to, what's the word?
Refined.
Refine the crystal we have obtained. But more importantly, where is your tower?
Where did you live before? Give me your
Where is your
address.
house?
You send your message out. A moment or two passes. You hear Nicholas's voice. It was, God, I know we established it.
It was off. Oh,
It's
it's
west
probably. Hold on, let me pull up my files. D&D, Nicholas. Is it written on his character sheet?
I can't remember.
Where did you live?
Where was your tower?
Let's have his character sheet.
Where is she?
Let me see. Oh, come on. I know I put it somewhere. I know it's like off one of the cities. Like
I think it was west
it was
of
nearby.
Water or east of Waterdeep. It was in the forest on the other side of the mountains east of Waterdeep, if I remember correctly.
That sounds right. I'll
Yeah.
keep looking, but you can keep going. I'll let you know if I find
All
it.
right. So you get the response from him with that general idea that his tower is deep within the woods east of Waterdeep. Yeah. He doesn't really. Yeah.
Have fun. Go find it.
Help Ken with his research.
Ken, can you go ahead, roll me an investigation at advantage, or an arcana at advantage, either one.
Well, I have 10s in both, so let's do Arcana this time.
As you start flipping through, you reach about the 2/3 point in the journal, and there's a tonal shift. Up till this point, it had been a lot of experimentation, a lot of theory crafting, talking about the nature of what the soul was. This idea that from the moment we become, from the moment we are alive, this energy resonates within us, and that is kind of like that identity. That is what lives on when you die and your soul leaves the body. And it's a known entity here within our world of the Grim Sword Coast, as things like Soul Jar exist. You've interacted with entities that have manipulated souls. The process he finds is so... It's not easy per se, but it's so basic in that all it really is carving a compatible, recess within the crystal itself for that energy to be contained. And the journal shifts from theory into more of this is working. This did not hold, held for 6 hours, energy bleeding out. Kind of look through it with Aerith, comparing notes as the two of you read and decipher. And some of the words they use are completely foreign, as it was written half a millennia ago in a land about 1,200 miles away from anywhere where either of you grew up. By the end of the evening, after about 6 hours of research here, the two of you have developed what you believe will create or refine the crystal that you have slung over your back into something that can house souls. The general structure of the crystal lattice is described here. It will require a 4th level artificer spell slot in order to kind of enact those changes, as well as a small amount of compatible metalwork. So in this case, Fey Iron, you both would presume, who create kind of like a lattice cage around the crystal. But it could be something that could be finished in as little as 6 to 10 hours of work, given the components that you have.
Oh, okay.
I'm still
So-
blue. Sorry.
You are still blue.
Pay for it just takes a fuck ton of time. I mean, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Guess I'll have to ask Miss Sarah if there's any way we can get a hold of some Fey Iron or anything with Fey Iron in it. And guess I'll break it down and guess I'll get to work on it.
One last thing before we leave the book dimension. I'm gonna see if I can find any documents or just anything that come from Nicholas.
Okay, roll me an investigation check.
With advantage.
Because you're ring?
Hey.
I'm so smart.
Okay, hold on one second.
You find like 500 books.
Well,
Yeah.
so here's the thing. You do find a number of books that were written by N. Flamel, Nicholas Flamel, Maester Flamel,
You find
Magus
a
Flamel.
porn stash?
There's probably at least one in there. The man
A
had been
cookbook.
around for a while, and as you begin to flip through, you're like, okay, this was like Googling Google.com. I got a bunch of results. But what stands out suddenly to you the most is one that is a cookbook. It's 101 recipes for a fantastic feast by Nicholas Flamel.
Hello. How long will it take me to jot this down? Because I can't take the books out.
Copy it. You'd probably be in here for the next 4 or 5 hours. Actually, roll me an intelligence check.
Can I use my Ring of Puzzler's weight?
Yeah, it's an intelligence check.
Yay.
Skill check. Okay.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. Yeah, it probably take 4 to 6 hours to copy over. Just depends on how attentive to the details you want to be.
Oh, I am gonna be very attentive.
Okay. So
I'm
as
writing this down in my Book of Shadows, my tome.
your tome. So you're copying Nicholas's cookbook into your Ogma book?
It's knowledge.
It is. That's true. Okay.
Your homework
Alright.
is you have to use one of his recipes and make it.
Okay. You begin to copy through the recipes. Roll me an insight check.
Great.
Just flat insight.
Talk about flat. I have a 0. Oh, it's not horrible.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all. There is something strange about it. The quantities used in some of these recipes seem off, and in addition, some of the lettering is noticeably bad, like as it's going through. And so you're copying it through and you're kind of having to like squint at the word and like try to tell if that letter is an N or an R, and you're not quite sure.
I pull out another like notebook that I have and I start notating these incorrections.
Okay. Start
'Cause
writing.
As a fellow wizard, we don't do things by accident.
Start writing out. It does slow you down. So as your night is starting to creep on, Ken, as you start to feel that like baseline weariness of the end of the day, your eyes are just starting to burn from reading through. You've got your grasp on the process that you'll need, but you'll need it's essentially fabricate a spell in order to do it. You just need the right materials and the right kind of like goal in mind. What are you doing as Aerith turns his attention to the books on Nicholas?
Just get up, out the chair, stretch. I guess I'll peek over at Arif, make sure that he's okay, and I guess I'll let him know that I'm gonna call it, and then head to bed. And then on the way out, I'll ask Miss Sarah to make a requisition order for just a little bit of Fey Iron, and then I'll handle the rest.
I'll just give Ken a wave. It's like, yeah, good night, whatever.
He waves you away and then reaches down and grabs another notebook and starts scribbling in that one next to his normal notebook, next to the books on that Nick had written. You head out. Sarah seems to be just like she's sitting with her head in her hands at her desk, like her elbows on her desk, and she's just staring at Rose as Rose is telling a story of one of my favorite moments from this campaign, where they and Ken stole a statue of a fish and then went and God, that was the same night you found Thune's manor, but he wasn't, not Thune, sorry, Vogg's manor, but he wasn't living there at the time because he wasn't in the city.
We egged the shit out of it, though.
Yeah, that was what you did. You egged it. I was sitting there
Yep.
trying to remember it. And so as you step out the door, you hear Rose laughing and telling that story of how they had tracked down one of the noble houses that had scorned them and threw eggs at it.
Yeah, that was a fun night. One of the first nights I actually got like actually drunk.
Yeah, I seem to remember having to near force you to drink.
Yeah, well, I made a promise at the time that regardless, as long as it's nothing too crazy, I would follow along with your shenanigans.
We should do that more often. It's been a long time.
Well, we'll see. We will see.
No, we're going to get drunk and have fun, and not after everything is all over, because who the fuck knows how long that's going to take. I want another promise that we're going to do that again sometime soon.
Okay. All right. Fine. You get one more freebie. But
So,
criteria still stands. As long as we don't get into legal or moral trouble, I will acquiesce.
I mean, we won't get into either if we don't get caught.
She's not wrong. You hear from the book dimension.
Fine. Fine. You win. Fine.
Good.
You find what you needed in your book dimension? She looks over at Rose. Like,
That's what they
did
call
I say
it.
that right? Okay.
I think it's
all right,
weird,
this
but
seems weird,
know.
but yeah.
Yep, I located what we needed. Whenever you no rush. Well, kind of small
a
rush. Small rush. Is there any way I could requisition a not a large amount, but like a decent amount of any old or slightly old items made with Fey metal or just raw Fey metal? That'll also work.
Oh,
I think I've got something that'll help us with our situation.
well, if it will help, absolutely. I think we've got some old scrap ore. I mean, you said it doesn't need to be like, you don't need it made into anything. You don't need like a fork or a sword or anything.
No, uh, no. I mean, if you can find just raw Fey metal, that'll work.
Hey, that's what we used to export. I'm sure I can find a crate of it that's just been sitting since this war started. Do you want me to have it brought to your room?
Room?
That's right. I haven't shown you where your rooms are. There's one for you and Aerith to share. I think the other two took the one room, the one Takashi and Oni. But I can show you to your room now if you want to follow me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. She kind of stands up and looks over at you, Rose. It's like, do you want to wait here, or do you want to come with? I want to keep hearing what you have to tell me.
I'll wait. Just
Okay.
do you have anything to? They'll like stand up and go over to her desk and kind of start like rummaging through it. Just anything a little bit stronger to drink? Anything fun?
Bottom drawer on the left.
Perfect.
Purple bottle. 2 glasses in there. Just help yourself. Pour me a glass. I'll be back.
Well,
All right. She leads Ken upstairs. Okay, so this room here is where Tazmikella and Thorn are resting, I believe, right now. I dropped them off a few hours ago. I haven't heard from them since. She points to 2 doors down, that's the one where Oni and Takashi are currently residing, and then this one is for you. And she like swings the door open, and it's just a small kind of like hotel room chamber, maybe 15 feet square, 2 full-size beds with thick blankets and sheets and heavy like pillows, a window along one side with a big curtain drape that is closed at the moment with a table in front of it. And as she walks over and kind of pulls the curtain aside, there's this woof of cool, crisp air as it washes off from where the curtain had been keeping the cold in for a bit. But these castles, they get so stuffy when the doors are closed. You just got to get them a little freshened out. So, do you want me to have it delivered here or where?
Yeah, you can just have it sent here. I'll handle the rest.
All right. Well, if there's anything else I can do, just let me know. Okay?
Of course, and thank you. And it's great seeing you again, safe and healthy after what happened when we split up. I'm just glad you're okay.
Kind of like stops in that moment, and she has this like general bubbly, like bouncy posture to her, and she's always positive, and she kind of like turns back towards the window. You guys saved my life. You saved a lot of us, and anything I can do to help, okay? Especially for what you've done for Rose.
Yeah, no problem. Try not to take everything Rose says in their stories as truth. They, especially ones where I'm involved, they kind of have a real knack of embellishment.
Changelings, embellishing. Say it ain't so. Must be a sign of the apocalypse. Alright, well, I'll keep that in mind and try to not believe everything they tell me. She just kind of looks at you and smiles. Okay.
All right. Well,
Rest well.
have a good one. Thank you.
Yep. Walks past you and closes the door behind her, leaving you in the room. Heads back downstairs into her office. Sits down at her desk next to Rose, picks up her glass. You're probably on glass 2, right?
Yeah, probably at this point.
She kind of picks it up and swirls it, takes a sip. That's good. Okay, so you were in Waterdeep and you stole a fish. Then what
We
happened?
did. And of course, Ken immediately wanted to bring it back, as he does.
Mortals.
And then they'll continue on.
Yep. All right. Aerith, within the book dimension, you copy over Nicholas's cookbook, kind of discerning a pattern between these tiny little errors that don't really seem huge. It's like 1 tablespoon instead of 1 teaspoon when making salt or putting salt into cookies or something like that. And I don't know enough about recipes to be accurate on this stuff. So
Yeah, you don't want to put a tablespoon of salt in
I
there.
didn't think you wanted a tablespoon of salt. I figured that one would be safe because you don't seem to
Too
like
much.
salt as much as I do. But it's weird things like that, and you're like, okay, and you kind of mark it, and you realize that in that case, maybe the B was what was important. And then as you start to break it down, you realize that like the next few errors spell out the word bismuth, and then you start to get different, like they're not metals like you would know them. They're obscure, like rare metals, crystals, refined things that need to be like gathered together and processed in very specific ways. But you have kind of a list of these obscure minerals and gemstones with random quantity numbers next to it, like 122, 100, 34, 3. But with a 13 on your insight against Nicholas's deception. I really think it was Waterdeep. I'm pretty sure, because looking at the map, I think that's where we agreed it was. But
Wherever
I
we put
appreciate
it,
you
we
looking.
did not. We did not write it down wherever it
Didn't
is.
write it down.
Oh my god.
Hey,
This
I
house
mean,
is so well hidden, even we do not know where it is.
oh, that's true. But as you kind of flip through the cookbook for the 4th time, kind of making sure you've gathered all the errors and you have your list of minerals and numbers, it's what would be the equivalent of about 2 in the morning. You've been up for probably about 16 hours at this point. Oni, you can knock another, let's say, 8 hours off your book as you have just been studying away. How long do you have left on that?
Let's see. Now that it's updated, it's going slowly.
Of
Love
course.
to see it. 4 hours.
Okay. So you have 4 hours left after the 8?
Yes.
Okay. As you finish, you could keep pushing and wrap up tonight, but you'd basically be finishing your trance when everyone else woke up from their long rest, if you wanted to keep going for the night.
No, I'll take my trance, and then when I wake up from the trance 4 hours earlier than everyone, I'll knock the next 4 hours in the morning.
That is another way to do it. It kind of works either way, doesn't it? All right. Takashi, I think at this point you've had enough time to refine. Cause you had enough to make a dozen, right?
Yeah, and you said 30 minutes to make one.
Yeah. So you've had enough time now to make the remaining, dozen that you can make. Your resources having been expended, you kind of know what you're looking for now, and you could potentially make more faster. Like you could gather those materials a little bit quicker if you were to make another trek out. But the dozen that you had the materials for are now made. You see as Oni kind of like sets his book down and like rubs his eyes a little bit, heads for his trance. Anything you want to do?
After making all those things, I probably should go for a rest too.
You crawl into the warm bed, and as you like extinguish the small lantern here within the room and look out over the smokestacks of the building, the cold kind of like filling in, you close the curtains and crawl in, and that immediate shift from cold into like cold sheets, cold blanket that slowly warm up around you, and you just drift into a deep, restful sleep. Rose, you spend the evening drinking with your mom and telling her the story. What do you leave anything out? Because you were getting up to the point with Rokai when
I don't know if I should tell her that we all died, but
that's why I ask these things. I
right,
don't know what you want to say.
like the rest of the story doesn't make much sense if I don't.
You could say that he knocked us out and took us to be sacrificed.
Yeah, we definitely just randomly had a dream instead of, literally meeting the gods.
Or
Yeah.
the god pulled us in a
Limbo.
neutral space while we were knocked out.
Yeah. I guess they'll do a little bit of censorship just so that she doesn't worry too much.
Or freak out.
Right.
She seems absolutely enraptured with your storytelling, and at one point the bottle that you were drinking from, which was about 2/3 full when you grabbed it, empties, and she has to go out into the hall and kind of shout for one of the guards. And they show up, and they're kind of a little concerned, but she's the regent, and she wants more, so...
Guards, help! Guards! We're
Not
out
cool
of
as a tea.
alcohol.
That's pretty much what happens. She's like, I need assistance! I need help! And they come running down the... My lady, what can we do to assist you? We are out
Fetch
of
me
alcohol.
another bottle.
I need another
The
bottle of the good
bottle
stuff. And they,
is
like,
empty.
look at each other like, oh... Right, my lady. And they run and bring it back. Aerith, you push yourself into the early hours of the morning to your room.
I'll go to my room.
Okay. You kind of wrap up your notes, fold up your notebook from Ogma. You check back to your message for help one more time, but there's still no response. Why is he ignoring you? Why? You're blue. Help!
Blue.
Help me.
Please.
I don't want to be blue anymore.
You walk out of the book dimension, closing the door behind you to kind of raucous laughter that then attempts to get stifled as they see that somebody who hasn't been drinking with them for the last 4 hours is now joining the room. And Sarah looks up at you. Hey, you're done. Did you find what you were looking for?
So to speak.
Did you read all the books? Every single one?
Yes.
How many books? Okay. Stairs can't happen for me, so I'm gonna give you instructions.
Okay.
Down the
Just
hall.
tell him to figure it out.
Roll me a persuasion check, Rose.
Oh no.
You'll figure it out. You're smart. Oof. That hot too.
She
But
kind of like
26.
grins at you and goes, "You're in the West Wing on the 2nd floor, middle room amongst your friends. Good luck." Okay.
West
so-
is that way, and they pointed probably not west. No.
As you point in the wrong direction, you see Sarah kind of just like pointing in the right direction with like hiding her hand to give you the correct direction to at least walk in.
I go into the direction she points, leaving her office, and
Roll
finding
me
them.
each.
Oh, maybe.
Did you need me to roll something?
Roll me
Yes.
investigation
Okay.
to find the room. Okay. You wander for a little bit before finding the stairs. They were the hardest thing to find. Once you get up to the 2nd floor of the castle, it's pretty much just a long hallway with these like private rooms. And as you get down to the end of the hallway, you can hear Rose and Thorn talking kind of gently with each other
Rose?
through one of the rooms. Not Rose.
Taz.
Taz and Thorn. Taz and Thorn speaking with each other gently in the room. You move to the next one, open it, and Ken is in there. Ken, as you were left in the room, are you just heading straight to bed, or is there anything else you wanted to do this evening?
Nah, he's tired from everything today, so he's just gonna go ahead and just straight to sleep.
Okay. You see Ken curled up deep beneath these heavy covers. The lantern here within the room has already been extinguished, and the only light peering through is from a break in the curtains, illuminating with this like deep purplish light of the aurora that gets through the snowfall that is perpetual here. You see
You're gonna see his tail sticking out to like equalize the temperature, so he doesn't overheat.
his tail sticking out
I-
to one side, his dragon children all kind of
Sit back.
curled up around him like cats in the bed, all nestled up against him. What do you do, Aerith?
I fall into the bed and start my trance.
Okay.
Man,
you-
all of that in a full-size bed. That's pretty crowded.
They're cats.
Yeah.
And
Cat size.
let's say queen size, because I think I had queen in my
Yeah.
head. Let's call it a queen. It's a castle, right? You know,
Sure.
it's
They've got the
luxurious.
space.
Yeah. You crawl into the other bed opposite on the room, kind of nestle into the blankets. It's always strange because like here in the Feywild, they trance, but they also sleep. So they're like they laid down. It's almost like the action of sleeping is its own kind of like thing that they do. And for you as an elf growing up amidst well, you grew up inland here, but then traveling the world where most of the population is human, and even then the other parts of the population pretty much all sleep like normal dwarves, gnomes, halflings. um, you've gotten into the habit of like cocooning yourself. You get the blankets and wrap them around your shoulder in these cold places, and so you can sit in your upward seat and trance the way that you're used to, nice and cozy. And as you fall into your deep, deep trance, you find yourself in the arcane classroom. But you don't see your teacher. You look around and you just see a message kind of written in chalk on the chalkboard. Well done. This should help. And as you look at the inscriptions, you realize that it is the spell Remove Curse. And you can now add that into your spell book.
Yay!
You can stop being blue tomorrow.
The rest of you get your long rest and wake here within the castle. Rose, you stay up till...
Well, I was going to.
Okay. What you got?
Yeah, I guess just as it gets late and later, and eventually just they'll kind of look over to Sarah.
Oh, I'm not falling asleep. You're falling asleep.
That's fine. Do you sleep here in this room?
No, I have quarters on the 3rd floor.
Would you be opposed to sleeping in this room?
Why would I?
I don't know if it's just
Stairs.
it's super uncomfortable, or you mean why would you sleep in here?
Right? Why? I mean, do you want to come to my suite? Like, I've got a whole... It's like a residence. You got a kitchen, living area. You know, you can sleep on the couch. You could take the bed. I can sleep on the couch.
I guess so. I just I mean, I should go back to my room and they're kind of waiting, but I had an idea to do something kind of dumb, and maybe I shouldn't be there, but also maybe I shouldn't be like alone.
Okay, well then I'm definitely gonna be there. And she kind of like sits forward, and you see her like focusing her eyes. She's trying to force herself to sober up. What are you thinking? What's going on?
I just being here and doing it a lot, and I've got decent at talking to people like when I'm sleeping and when they're sleeping, and I thought I could do that tonight to try to talk just a little bit, try to figure some stuff out maybe.
Talk with who?
Talk to Titania. See if we
Okay.
can have a conversation. At least, like I said, at least the start of one. I don't know if she'll even listen.
Well, you shouldn't do that alone. So if you need someone by your side, I'm not going anywhere. She got, like, if you need me to get comfortable in here, I've slept in this room before. Usually it's
That's what
during
I
the
was
day.
like. We could sleep here, or I guess if you wanted to go, we could go to your room. But I mean, it should be fine. Really, like it's if I'm the one doing it, and usually it's pretty, in my control. There was only one time where I kind of almost died from it, but he was the one who did it. and he was a dick.
Kind of like scrunches her face up and nods. Okay, but we also know that Titania is essentially a dick. So,
Sure. It's the equivalent dickishness, I suppose. But like I said, like I will be the one doing it, and I should have full control. You know, just in case.
okay. He's actually up there with her. So, do you want to do that here, or do you want to go up to her suite?
Guess just do it here. Why not?
Okay. I'm gonna go summon some blankets, and we'll get comfortable, and we'll have like a little sleepover. It'll be fun.
Yeah. To make a fort with like
Sure.
pillows.
Yeah, we need some like quarterstaffs or something. And she goes out and she starts shouting for the guards again. And half an hour passes. You guys have your blanket fort made up, and you are ready to begin your endeavor.
This is gonna go probably poorly, but I feel like I need to try at least, right?
What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, my only comment is that maybe you should tell your friends. But hey, I get it. Whatever you want to do.
I mean, anytime that I try to do things that are kind of stupid and, dangerous, and they say no. And I'm sure it's for good reason, but it makes it difficult to do some things. And I mean, this is probably going to be a multi-time kind of thing. I don't think I'll be able to get through to her in one night.
It's fair. All right. Well, good luck. I'll keep my eye on you.
Yeah. What's the worst that could happen?
Hey, before you do this, and I love you.
Yes. No.
You don't. It's okay. I get it. We're still. But she kind of like reaches out and she puts her hand on your shoulder. But I do. Okay? Just in case.
Okay.
She smiles.
Thank you.
Just
That's not the right.
laughs.
That's not the right answer. It's okay.
It's a good enough answer. I can take that. Okay. Backs away. Anything I can do to help?
I feel okay. You don't know healing spells, do you?
No.
No, that's fine. No. That's fine. Nope. Just if anything happens,
I will immediately run and get Ken.
yes,
And Aerith.
that's probably a good idea.
Yes. All right. She sits down and kind of just like watches you. You curl up in the blanket fort against the stone floor. You can feel the hard, cold stone deep beyond the blankets. You kind of like curl into it, and eventually it becomes this soothing coolness against the warmth of the blankets. You cast your spell. I roll some dice. Okay. As you reach out, it's like the ringing of a phone. Usually when you dream, and as you had practiced with your dream so much, you know what it's like when it doesn't connect, when the person on the other end just isn't sleeping. And it kind of just like rings off into oblivion, and then you fall asleep. And sometimes you dream about them, sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's just that like thinking about them in that moment before bed. And as you feel the sleep kind of drifting in and the spell taking effect, you can feel that connection ringing out. And it's almost like there's not going to be a response. And you fall asleep. And then as you do, you find yourself in the midst of a large and beautiful ballroom. This vaulted ceiling going up 40 or 50 feet above you. The room itself probably 200 feet wide, and in the middle, this multi-seated throne. 3 independent seats with one in the dead center in an obvious place of honor. And sitting on that throne, you see Titania as she looks down at you. Rose, I never thought I would hear from you like this.
Wow, even in dreams, up on a dais, huh?
She just smiles and leans back. It is where I belong.
Okay. Look, I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to hurt you yeah, even if I could, blah, blah, blah. I just want to talk, okay? Obviously, things have progressed.
Oh yes, I sense Bastille has departed, no longer fueling your war machine.
He's fine, alright? We just brought him somewhere else for the moment. Just as I'm sure that if you were at a low point, you wouldn't want to be taken advantage of either.
Presume that I would find myself at a low point.
You never know. Things happen. Shit happens.
She kind of like looks off to one side, looks back at you. So, are you here to surrender?
No, I'm here to talk.
About your surrender?
No, not surrendering. I want to talk about what is going on. What are you doing? All of this, I know that things are different and you want to unite everyone. Don't you think this is a little far?
I will go to whatever ends I must to see the preservation of my people, as you would do the same and have. I try to include your people in that. Give them a place in this order.
By killing them permanently? Is that your idea of including?
An unnecessary distaste. And you simply recognized the position you and your kin found yourselves in, I would not need to go to such ends.
How do you justify all of this? At some point you had noble intentions.
I still do. The worlds are changing. The gods are moving, and every time this happens, there is chaos. I will see our people through, as we have always seen our people through.
We know why you're doing this. You were shown. You realized what's happening on the other side. Don't you know that that's what we're trying to prevent? We are working towards that.
Are you? From my perspective, you have been waging a guerrilla war against me for the last 7 years.
That I didn't have any choice then.
We all have choice.
We were supposed to just lie down, let you take over, rule from your throne, tell everyone what to do, how to do it. The antithesis of life and chaos of the Feywild.
If it ensures we survive, then yes, that sacrifice is necessary.
Not living. As a Fey, don't you know that more than anyone else, that a life under rule of one person telling you what to do, when to do it, when to eat, sleep, that's not life. It's not living. You might as well be dead. You might save everyone, but you won't save the Fae.
Your perspective is young and short. You care about the individual in the moment, and I am trying to protect the whole for eternity. Yes, it is distasteful to have to grip so tightly on your people, but you will not stop squirming. And that will be our undoing.
You will be our undoing. But, like I said, I want to talk. This isn't what I wanted to talk about.
You're off to a wonderful start.
I know. Shut up. So are you. Look. What if there's another way?
Another way for what?
To save the Fae. To unite them like you want, but not under one singular rule.
Then what erects us? What unites us? We have not the gods. The archfey of the seasons are at war with each other.
Then take the war away. And no, I don't mean by us surrendering.
She kind of like had her hand up, and then you said that, and she closes her fist and smiles at you.
Is there a way that you could see what you want happening and everyone working together again?
Of course. If you and yours join me, stop this rebellion, fall in line, and we will weather the storm together. In a millennia or so, we can reassess where we are. Life is forever. We merely need wait out the storm in the material.
I rather think that you've proven that life isn't forever. You did that.
Kind of like looks back and forth. They may not be lost forever. If you join me, swear your fealty to me, and bring me Bastille, I can restore their lives, give you back your people.
This isn't much of a talk, is it?
What did you expect?
I hoped that maybe we could just talk instead of ultimatums and winning and losing. And you know, same as we do, that if what is happening on the material plane continues to happen, it will destroy everything, whether you're in charge or not. No matter what you do, no matter how you have everyone under your wing, if it comes to being, it's over.
I have seen the material destroyed. I have seen your people, the people you align yourselves with, destroy themselves and tear their civilizations to the ground. And I have persevered along with the Fae through all of it.
Not this
This
time.
will be no different.
Not this time.
Roll me a persuasion check. Is it just fair for it to come down to a persuasion check? I suppose we shall see then who has the right of it. If you wish to join me, Rose, you have proven yourself a strong and worthy adversary. I will treat you with respect. And my offer stands, so long as you do not act against me or mine. Come to me, bring me Bastille, and I will give you back your people.
He trusted you, you know? He thought you were everything, and you turned him into a monster.
He kind of like laughs, and then you say that, and she doubles back. In addition, if you want everlasting peace, your friend, the dragon, the Platinum One, bring him to me as well. Bring him, and I will give you all your people. Keep Bastille.
All right, Tanya. We'll see you soon, all right? Maybe we'll even talk again before. Just so, you know, for my sake, so I can keep saying that I'm trying.
Whatever you need to tell yourself, dear. When you're ready to dash yourself against the rocks, you know where to find me.
Let's try some better accommodations next time, though. This is a little stuffy.
She waves her hand, and the entire room shifts into this beautiful, like, dancing ballroom of fae surrounding you, all wearing golden masks and twirling and dancing. Music fills the area. Everything's a matter of perception. When she flicks her hand again, and you are returned to yourself. Okay, how did that
Hi. Okay.
hi, did you were kind of mumbling? Did that go well?
No, not really. Well, I mean, it didn't go badly. It went about as well as I expected. I don't know. I feel like she's too far gone for this. Or if not, I don't know what to say to convince her. Ugh.
You tried, and that's more than a lot of people would, given everything that's happened, you know? Kind of like smiles, a little forced to you.
Maybe it's dumb to try.
No. No. It's what makes you a good person. She would never try. Not unless it was to bully you into submission.
She did do that, yep. Or tried. That's about the gist of the conversation.
Well, tomorrow's a new day, and the only way to get there is to go get some sleep. So,
Yeah. God, I don't really want to. Just so much has happened, but I know I need to be with it tomorrow. I need everything I've got. Okay. It's just sleeping. Let's go to bed.
okay. Are you going to go back to the room with Taz and Thorn, or are you staying here? You're just going to curl up in the nest you have.
No, I'll go back to Taz and Thorn. I'm sure they're wondering.
As you leave the room, the tent fort being left behind, you walk upstairs and open the door. They're not up wondering. This is a safe place. You said you'd find them, and they trust you. As you walk in, you see Thorn and Taz both curled up in bed. Taz the big spoon, Thorn the little spoon. Kind of like jerk off your winter clothing and climb into bed next to them. Do you try to wake them up or try to stay quiet?
Try to stay quiet. It's late.
Slink in and get some sleep. The next morning, you all wake up. Oni, you awaken from your trance in the early hours of the morning. Still that kind of like deep purplish light peering through from the auroras that are happening above the like pure pristine white clouds that fill the air and drop this gentle layer of snow constantly. You flip open the wisdom book and once again start looking through the pages, and as you finish up that last 4 hours, your wisdom goes up by 2, and my life gets a lot more complicated.
Nah, it's fine.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's great.
Close the book, feeling that magic kind of wash into you, and look down at it, having felt this same sensation before from the dexterity book. You look over at Takashi as he kind of like rolls over and stretches. Begins the day. Ken, Aerith, you both awaken from your reverie, your rest and trance. Head down and...
Before we head down, I immediately use Remove Curse.
Okay. Wake up and... no more blue.
I'm not blue anymore.
You gather together with the party, Rose joining you a little bit later, as their evening kept them up a little longer. But you guys get your breakfast, and as you gather together around the breakfast table, Rose, Thorn, and Taz kind of coming in at the last moment. Rose, as you woke up, they didn't question you about it. They just sort of gave you a hug, greeted you for the morning, got going. But everyone gathers together. So, what is our plan for today?
Well, I'm hoping to break into some unknown territory and create, well, not really unknown territory, rediscovered territory, and make this refined orsite crystal.
Okay. Is there anything that we can do to assist?
I think I got the basics. I just need to get a hold of some Fey iron, and just need to put a little bit of my magic in it, as it were. And fingers crossed.
All right.
I also
about-
need to I need to do my stabilization training as well, aka Gift of the Metallic Dragon meditations.
All right. So, as you guys finish up your breakfast, did you have anything else you wanted to? What about everyone else? I mean, if Ken's going to be working on this, is there anything the rest of us should be doing? Making plans? I mean, we've got our magic. We should be able to.
Right. I don't know. I mean, and that's the only thing that you need is to set this up and the crystal's ready. Ken?
The pause.
Is that it? Once you're done with what you're doing to make the crystal, is that it? Is it ready to use?
We'll need to do maybe just one last comb over, make sure we did it as the original creator intended, and then yeah, should be ready to go then.
Did your studies on you figured out how to make it? How do we use it?
Ha!
Uh-huh.
The notebook you found was on the creation of Orosite, and there was a lot of talk about manipulating souls, but um, nothing about Archfey or anything along those lines. It's from what the notes had said, the vessel kind of worked like a siphon, and when activated near a compatible soul, drew the soul into it naturally. But again, that was artificery in Launton on the material plane with presumably human souls. Half a millennia ago.
Little outdated information, but what's science without experimentation?
You know, dangerous.
Especially if we're doing that experimentation on, an angry archfey or,
Yeah,
a dragon.
someone who wants to kill us.
All right, I'll try to go through, find, I guess, any pertinent information I could use as a basis on how to go about handling this.
I mean, it's not that I don't trust you, and all of your inventions usually work pretty well. It's just this is a lot, and I don't know. It seems if we're not going to test it on Veronestra first, then
Well, we can't really test it on her anyway.
well, test as in do it her first to see if it works.
Silence across the table kind of weighs heavy for a moment.
You said that you think that we need to do them all at once. I guess I'd like to bring that back up again. How?
Bastile's not even on this plane of existence. I'll need to go to the mountain and retrieve him.
Right, and I don't exactly want to bring him into the middle of the battlefield. Plus, I'm assuming we need to take care of Oberon first before Titania. I don't know if we want to fight them at the same time. Titania alone is going to be a hell of a fight.
I mean, the only thing I can think of having the opportunity to get all four at the same time is, yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to make an excuse to have a all season parlay, have all four leaders there.
I don't think that's going to happen for a variety of reasons. Considering I don't think Oberon can talk anymore.
I mean, just because he's a dragon does not mean he is incapable of speech. She looks at you pointedly.
Well, okay, hey, that's. I kind of figured he's kind of stuck in that form, and I mean, I know. Okay. Did he talk to you?
He roared at me a lot, and
Uh-huh.
no, not so much with the words, but it doesn't mean he can't. It just means he didn't.
Right. But I also, I think his main objective is murder. Less
Definitely
talking.
seemed very angry. Yes.
Well, I mean, that's the only thing I could think of to get all four leaders there at once. I mean, if anyone else has a better idea, I like not even being sarcastic. Please let me know.
You said that your friend, the one that you have, oh God, Nicholas, that went to the other place. He said they needed to all happen at the same time.
They need to be united.
Okay, but at the same moment, like. Oh, I know it was yesterday, but do you remember what he said?
He said if the four represent four parts, then they'll need to be united.
Wait, he didn't really specify that they have to be united at once.
Yeah, what if we get
That's-
Titania and Oberon and just unite those, and then we, if that works with them, we can go get the other two and
He said it
piece them
was
together from there.
It'd have to be in a similar matter from what we did in the Earthdale.
Right,
Yeah.
but we didn't.
We didn't lock that in immediately. We had plenty of time for that. We carried around pieces for a while.
That
So
would make things
then-
easier if we don't need to do it all at once. Because my only other solution is not a better idea, but a worse idea.
So
Well,
then we would need
Shatter.
4. 1 for each.
Or
And
break
then-
this into 4 pieces.
Or
Mm.
utilize it 4 times? I mean, if what we've heard about who this creature was is true, then it is one being. Who's to say that this one stone can't hold all 4 pieces? Just like pouring water into a glass, it doesn't need to all be poured at once, right? It can be poured, and then more can be added, and more can be added, and then more can be added. Until the glass is full. We just need to make sure that the crystal is sufficient enough to hold all 4.
I think the real question is how are we going to shove their soul into it?
I mean, by force if necessary.
Well, I get that, but it's not, like, do we just bash their head in with the stone?
No, I mean, from what we were told, just at the moment of death or incapacitation of the Archfey, we can transfer that. And if we can transfer it into a different host, I assume we can transfer it into the crystal instead.
Okay. So what's the plan then? Are we gonna go after Oberon, then Titania, and then get the rest, or?
I feel like yes, because if we do Bastille and Baronestra first, then Titania will take that as a chance.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about as well.
Yeah. I guess unless taking them first would weaken the other two. I don't know if it would make them weaker or stronger.
That's a good question. Could you ask? I'm so bad with names. The fall lady,
Baronestra.
Fair enough.
Baronestra. Thank you. Would she know?
Um, I mean, I could certainly ask. I don't know if she would know or not.
How soon would we want to go attack Oberon? Also, like, I'm assuming since Titania is tied to Oberon, if she realizes Oberon's gone, she might try something radical again. Or worst case, she shows up while we're fighting Oberon.
Yeah.
That's also kind of why we have to hit Oberon first, though, because if we go to Titania, he shows up, right?
Either way, there's the chance that we fight both of them together, which is not ideal, but if we are at least almost done with him and then fight her, rather than fighting her and then having him come in.
How
I'm
soon
not
do we want
actually sure which one would
do
be
that?
worse.
Well, we need to give Ken time to refine the stone. But I suppose once it's ready, we could go any time.
I would like sooner than later, I suppose, if possible. I don't want anyone else to die.
Well, I guess it's time for us to step up then.
Yeah.
We'll we'll become their shield, so no one else has to fall.
I have, I think, a bunch of questions for Baronester at this point.
I mean,
Do you?
go ahead.
Well, I mean, Ken, while you're working on that, you said it would take you a little while. Do you want us to just go or I can just go and talk to her if you want, or I can wait until you're ready?
Let's save our strength as much as possible. If we're like he'll like look around, it's like if we're deciding on attacking Oberon today, then we need to be tip top shape as much as possible.
Right.
So I would vote just hanging tight until this crystal's done. But any information we can glean with this, I mean, I'm not going to say no to it. So
Right.
I'll leave it to your judgment.
I mean, I could ask her. She is an archfey. I could ask her if she could come here.
True.
That would solve a couple things.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Why not, right? Okay. Okay. Get to work. Let me know if you need any help. I don't know what I can do, but I could try.
Yeah, well, you just offering help helps. If that makes sense.
Sure.
Yes,
Okay.
Ken will take the last little swig of coffee, grab a piece of toast, stick it in his mouth, and hop off. Sit up from the table, and I guess we'll better get started.
Did you guys want to do your morning training before you get started, or are you
Yes.
hopping in?
Yeah.
As you get going with your day, let's go ahead and do daily training as Rose gets together a message for Veronestra.
Flash of genius.
All right,
What is this place called again?
Grokheim.
Okay.
Hey, look at that. Our boy got a crit.
Hey.
Id.
I'm using a charger of my Ring of Puzzler's Wit for mine.
That is 5d6, yeah. Okay.
Solid again.
Also, after I send that, Oni had actually said that maybe I could work on Great Weapon Master
Ah, there you
now
go.
that I have a great sword.
Yeah. So 2d6 for Oni. Aerith had 4d6, 1d6 for Takashi.
Bless you.
And if I do Great Weapon Master, how much is it out of, and what do I roll?
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. Normally it would be strength. However,
Yeah.
considering sword, it's going to be a charisma.
Okay.
Because it's your combat ability.
Mhm.
But it is a feat, so it's going to need 325.
325. Okay. And Charisma. Not bad start.
22 is 3d6.
Ask Thorn to help me out with trying to figure out how to use a sword
All right, as you
better.
request aid from Thorn, who is happy to help. He takes out his two blades and tries to walk you through like the basics of it. And as he gives you instruction, you hear another voice go, No. Not if you're fighting like this. Here. Go ahead, spread your feet a little wider. Yes. Now, plant your shoulders. And you start actually getting instruction from your sword because it can
Alright.
speak to you and it knows how
Yeah.
to actually use itself. Thorn becomes
You'll
a
both
striking
help
dummy.
me.
And
Yeah, that's fine.
as you begin your day's training, he offers you a moving target that you know is capable enough to block or parry pretty much any attack that might maybe get through. Rest of you guys wrap up your morning rituals here within the frozen north of Grokheim.
And I sent Veronestra the message.
You get that response.
Okay.
And as you guys finish up your training, Rose, you're out on one of these like wide open patio spaces off the side of the castle. And you and Thorn are kind of like clashing outside, and there's a lot of moving around. And here with the snow falling, the cold of the snow hitting against your skin, it feels fresh and it feels crisp. And as you're wrapping up your training, the two of you feel it. And in that moment, kind of like turn your head towards the same direction as there's this of energy, this wave of something like pressure that across both of you, and the snow stops.
Oh, that's either a good or a very poor sign. Can I head over to where that came from?
Sure. You look over at Thorn. He kind of gives you a concerned look, sheaths both of his swords, and goes, "Yeah, we should go check that out." The rest of you, in your individual trainings, also notice that same. You don't feel that pulse of energy, but there's been a consistency to Grockheim of the constant snowfall here, that just like gentle flurries that never really let up, and in a moment, the clouds part. The purple bluish red of the twilight sky peers through bright, and you could swear, Oni, that it's a little bit warmer. What are the rest of you doing?
I mean, do we see them leaving towards the...
Let me see. You probably don't, as you were probably up in your room. You and Ken do your training. Oni was out there with them with Takashi. So Oni and Takashi were outside training. Aerith and Ken, you were in your like guest suite room, and as the light changed beyond the window, you looked and saw the snow stop falling. You can kind of go out to that window and look down and see as your friends, who are probably about 200 feet away and down on the patio below you, are moving towards the front of the castle.
I guess I go follow them?
Everybody kind of follows along with Rose and Thorn, all moving towards that same direction, and as you reach the front kind of atrium entryway of the castle, you see Lady Veranestra standing there with two
Okay.
of her autumn court as retainers. She raises her hand. "Greetings. You said that there was a lot we needed to talk about.
Okay. Yep. Good. I'm glad it's just you and not anything worse.
No, but I should not stay for very long. The longer I am here, the more the city will react to me, and
Right.
that could cause problems, so we should speak quickly.
Okay.
And potentially somewhere warmer." She kind of like puts her hands on her shoulders.
Right. Castle. Follow
Yes.
us.
All right. For simplicity, I'll say you just lead her to Sarah's office, because it's a good narrative visual in your head. And as you walk in, Sarah looks up and beams, and then she sees Veranestra, and her eyes kind of go a little wider, and she nods and goes, "Okay, do you guys need the room, or should I stay?"
I mean, I don't see why not. And if you have any ideas,
Okay, more characters
what's
for me to
one
play
more?
then.
Yeah. You can mostly just listen, unless you think of something that, for some reason, you know
That is
about
exactly
Archie.
what I intended to do. So I find token for Veranestra. And a couple of her knights are here with her. Okay. You all pile into Sarah's office, and it's getting a bit crowded in here now with, 11 people, I think.
Something like that. It's fine.
Yeah, 11 and a half if Oni's Echo's here. But Veranestra kind of finds a place in the center of the room where she just stands, her back straight, and looks around at each of you. "Well, you said that you have procured the crystal.
Yes. We're still kind of in the works to make it viable, but we were able to get it. We're not exactly sure how we should go about doing this, I guess.
No one is, darling. This has never been
Right.
done before."
Right. I mean, I was under the impression, I suppose, that we were going to test things out with you. But
Kind of like she doesn't stiffen, but she shifts her weight just a little bit. Yes, I assumed that was a possibility, that I would be the first, with Bastille indisposed and our enemies possessing the others.
right. Would that be a poor idea? Or I guess okay, if we were to do that, would they know immediately?
Almost certainly.
Right.
We are connected. When Bastille lost his consciousness, I felt it like... Do you know when you are sitting for a long time and your leg falls asleep?
I hate that.
That's what it felt like, and I still feel him like pins and needles at the edge of my consciousness.
Okay. So yes. Kind of already knew that. Would doing that make them stronger, weaker? Would it change things? I mean, it would change things, but
Looks around the room, looks at the people here. It would change things, but not in the way that you are afraid. They would not have any claim to the power. You must be there in person. Even now, Bastille's power is out of my grasp. I am merely influencing his domain by standing here without him to hold me at bay. But that does not mean that I have his power. It is still
right.
resting within that body.
But removing it from a body entirely.
Even I cannot say. I do not know what will happen to Bastille or myself when that power is taken. My perspective, my life knowledge, history is so tied in with the Lady of Valanestra, the Lady of Fall. I am intrigued to know who I am without her.
As you said before. But is it a bad idea, I guess? Because like I said, is it something that taking a season out of the equation, does that make the other seasons stronger in some way?
No, not
Okay.
without them seizing that power themselves. Otherwise, Titania's war against Bastille would have succeeded long ago, as she pushed him further and further into the shadows. It was not until you and Thorn breathed new life into the Winter Court that rebellion began. But even up until then, she had no control of Winter.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's good, right?
She kind of looks around. It is what it is. It is the state of things.
Right. But, okay, well, if that's the case, then, I mean, do you have objections to trying this first on her? Or,
She chuckles kind of gently to herself. I have been on the edge of my seat since you left Mithrandain. I am nervous and excited and curious. I could not divert from this course even if you told me that it was an impossibility. I would send my own people to endeavor for it because I feel this is the right time. I cannot explain it.
Right. Do you think that there's any way we could convince her to see the same way?
Anya has always been forceful, but she was not always so angry. Her fear, her age has wearied her, and maybe, perhaps we could get through to the woman that was once there. But I do not know how. I have tried. That is why I did not want to align myself openly with your rebellion. I have been trying to play both sides, as it were.
Yeah, I understand.
And I appreciate your candidness and understanding. But I do not know if we'll be able to get through to her. Bastille's betrayal still stings her deeply. And without some... She looks past you, Rose, just ever so slightly to your shoulder. Measure of goodwill. I am not sure what we could offer her to bring her to our side. Simply telling her that she is wrong. I have been telling her that for decades.
Right. And I don't think, I don't know that a measure of goodwill would... I don't think that would help. I think that she would just take that as a victory.
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
Look, do you have the stone? May I see it?
We have it, but it's not done, but yeah, Ken.
Yeah, I can have it done in a couple of hours. Shouldn't take too long.
Did you want to see it before it's done, or...
And it looks... There is something driving me. I want to, but if it is not ready, then I can be patient. However, staying here even a few hours could cause irrevocable changes to this place, so I will be having to leave when we are done with our conversation. Would you be able to meet me in my city when it is ready?
Potentially. Hmm. One second. Just turns around to the rest of the party.
Take your time.
Okay. Do we want one more day before everything happens, or...
It sounds like she's pretty gung ho about seeing what this crystal can do, so I don't mind delaying for a day.
Okay. Also, if we do it for her, do we do Bastille as well? Do we save him for last? Do we task to bring him back?
I think it might be best if we hold off on him, simply because if we fail or something goes wrong, we don't want to risk handing over the other two non-acquired pieces to Titania.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's fair. That's That would be pretty unfortunate. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll see you later. We'll come to you in a little while. Later. However long it takes, I guess. But today?
She nods. Very well. You may find me at my villa when you are ready. And I will be waiting. Like, looks over everybody else, and there's like this moment of analysis, studying the faces in this room. And she smiles. This feels right. Okay.
And I'm gonna do everything I possibly can to prevent you actually dying.
My dear, I don't even know who I am or who I will become.
Told you,
But I
that's why you need
appreciate
to
that.
find out.
I appreciate the opportunity. All right, I am overstaying my welcome on a metaphysical level, so I am going to head back to my home and wait to hear from you, but I am impressed.
And you trust your two guards with, like, everything, your life and everything, right?
Of course.
I can fix it if not.
They can be trusted. Amroth and Elishor have stood by my side for hundreds of years.
Okay. If you trust them.
Do you trust them?
Eh,
Are you going to subtle spell, modify memory, both of them?
I
Well, the old Rose
sure,
1-2?
I sure want to. Um, yeah, hundreds of years doesn't mean everything. So, just in case.
Okay. As you subtle spell out, what do you say out loud that replaces the memories to each of them?
Uh,
You still gotta, like, plant the
yeah.
idea of the memory in their minds.
Um,
Why do we keep doing this?
because if this is a long con plot from Titania and we tell her at hour 11 and a half.
Just Jedi mind trick them.
Yeah.
Where's the gif I have in my head here? Hold on.
I guess I'll just reach out to shake Vernestra's hand. Just thank you for having this conversation with us. But I'll change that the conversation that we had was just another check-in about the war efforts.
Okay. As you reach out and shake her hand, your eyes move from one to the other guard as you target them with the spell. Her eyes track yours and she shakes your hand and smiles.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're good. That was unnecessary, but I respect the hustle. Amrath, how do you feel? And he kind of like rubs his eyes. Seems odd that we came this far to discuss trade when we are near the end of our endeavors, but I feel fine. She looks over her other shoulder. Elishor? The same. Why? Why? No reason. Just a test of
Just in
skill.
case. Just in case, you know.
She shakes your hand, kind of one last pump, a little tighter. You would have made a fantastic archfey.
Hey, who knows? Maybe something will go catastrophically wrong and it'll still happen.
Anything is possible. All right, boys. Let's just get home before we turn this place into a mountain retreat. And she kind of like steps back and gives you all a nod. She looks over at Sarah and gives her a little bit of a not a deep bow, but like a shallow bow. I appreciate you hosting me in your office. Thank you. Sarah nods. Oh, at any time, I guess. A little bit of awkward nod back and forth. She looks at the rest of you. I do not know what loyalty this one has garnered within all of you to have come from so far and to fight so hard for our lands. But you are honorable representations of your people, and you make me want to get to know them better.
Well, Rose is Rose is basically a little sibling of mine, and I always strive to protect my family. To whatever comes their way.
Good. In the end, family is what keeps us together. The family that we are given, and the family that we find. Right. Good luck on your creation, and I am excited to see the end result.
Us too. We'll probably see you soon.
She nods, turns, and with a flourish that smells like fallen leaves and tree bark, she leaves the room. There's about 2 or 3 minutes, and then another of rippling energy, and a cold and crisp, gentle rain begins to fall from the sky.
Rose just like sits down and puts both hands over their eyes and just like presses. Just God, I hate all of this. All this political bullshit. I'm so tired of this.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering this is kind of like what you ran away from them because of, like all of this, like talking to important people and trying to get them to help.
Thank you, Thorn.
Yeah, I got you.
So, are we good? Is this the plan?
Yep. Yep. Adjust the plan. I guess let's get started.
Okay.
So, as Ken is going to be working for the next half a day or so, anything that the rest of you want to do, or do you just want to go ahead and have Ken get through his artificery?
Let's give everyone 2 Fey pellets while I think about it.
Smart.
Fade pellets.
You guys are like owls
Okay.
now.
I will add 2 Fey pellets so that I don't forget that he did that later on.
Gives 10 temp HP, and while temp HP, you're resistant to necrotic damage.
Cool.
Cool.
So that's
If you take more than one, do you get 6 still?
yes.
Okay. Unfortunate. Is that like a roll to? Yeah. Is that like a roll, like to see if it poisons you, or does it just poison you?
It just poisons me.
Okay.
You got
But-
12 hours. 12 hours.
A lesser restoration can cure poison.
Right. Yeah, I definitely have that spell. And any of us, I think,
I
have
I
that
have it.
spell. Okay. Well, at least one of you do. Or
2.
2.
No, just don't eat more than one within 12 hours.
You know, while we
Easy.
do a, yeah, necrotic dragon fight, where it
I
would be
mean-
nice to have necrotic resistance.
Take one before we go in, and then
Fight them for 12 hours.
I mean, you just don't get hit, or only get hit once.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Takashi hands out the little healing pellets, which are like marble-sized balls that they're like, it's like a leaf wrapped around a well ground up mixture of herbs and minerals that fortify the body with a little bit of a arcane twist on it from his scroll that activates the
leaf.
handed to you, kind of wrapped up in like lambus bread from Lord of the Rings, where it's like kept in a leaf of itself and then tied with a small string, a packet with 2 each.
Do you eat the leaf?
I mean,
Yes,
you
like
can,
on a
but you don't have to.
Is the string edible?
Yeah, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Anything's edible if you try hard enough.
Actually, a good question is, means I have healing pellets and the fey pellets. Is it only get sick if you eat the same pellet twice?
I'm gonna say yes.
So you can have 2 different pellets. Okay.
It's just the same pellet because they use different like material components and they fortify different parts of the body. So yeah.
Okay.
You need to make like 12 different types of pellets and then just like shove 12 of them in your mouth.
I mean, I have 2 types of pellets. I got healing pellets, and now I got fey pellets. Should probably make some more healing pellets at some point. I also got smoke bombs, so unless you want to eat a smoke bomb, there you go.
Yeah, like I said, anything's edible if you try hard enough.
Considering
I
it's a
don't
dragon,
think-
actually. I could make some poison pellets, and then he's got a big enough mouth, we could probably just toss it in.
I mean, you say that, but I still have catapult on my list.
That as well. Also, not as fun, but I have the ghost step tattoo. I could go inside him and drop off the pellets and get
I'm
out
sure
of
that
it.
would go well.
Please, dimension door into the dragon.
You have to see where you're going for dimension.
No,
to
it's-
work
No,
like
you
that.
don't.
It's not as
The
not
ghost
as
step, you
No, you
don't.
don't.
ghost step.
Yeah,
I literally
to-
walked through him.
Yeah, and dimension door, you 100% do not need to know where you're going.
Misty step you do,
You,
but
you could literally say I'm going 500 feet directly down into the earth, and you can do it. You're gonna get hurt. You can do it.
but you could do it.
I mean, that's what I
Crush
did
you.
with the mech fight. As I went in and dropped my decanter, so he'd start drowning. So I'd do the same thing, but with poison.
Oh no.
All right, time to make an extremely lethal giant poison pellet.
Now, devil's advocate here. What happens if you get inside and find out the dragon is the source of that anti-magic, and you get in there and now you can't get out, and you're just in the
Stuck.
dragon's stomach?
Well, he's still gonna have a
Get out
giant
the
thing of
hard
poison
way.
in him.
And
Exactly.
you'll have to get out the hard way.
I can do that.
He's got
I
a big
believe.
sword.
I do have a big sword. I got 2 swords now.
You do.
Two
Not as into it,
swords.
but All right, you know what? Or I could go and means they have it's a dragon. Obviously, I'm not going to do this. So this is me just joking around. He has giant lungs. I go in, drop my decanter in his lungs, and start drowning him by flooding his lungs. Oh my god, I could just do that with normal people too. Just like here, and just shove an item inside their chest.
You know, if you would like to do horrible, horrible war crimes, yeah, you could.
Just have like a serrated metal chunk and just keep putting it in people's chests. It's like, there you go.
This is what happens when Takashi goes evil, I guess.
Yeah.
He shoves things in people's chests.
Oh no.
Right?
I didn't realize I could use it in that way, but now I think about it, like I can do some terrible things.
Yeah, because it's incorporeal while it's in your hand, and then
You're like, oh.
you let go.
Big yikes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what are we gonna fuck around while Ken tinkers for like 6 hours?
Ken, just to narrate for you as everybody has kind of discussed this, Sarah comes, or sorry, she's been in here in the room. One of the guards comes in and kind of like looks, notices you there, and then looks at Sarah and goes, "My lady, the scrap iron that you had requested has been delivered to the barracks room or the guest room upstairs. Please let us know if there's anything else you need." They give a curt bow. She gives a nod, looks over at you, Ken. All right, your stones are there.
All right, let's get started.
You
Have fun.
head back up to the room, and in the middle of the room, there's about a 2-foot by 2-foot crate. And as you pry off the wooden top from it, you can see the unrefined, kind of glittering, blackish gray stones in here that are the unrefined fey iron. How do you go about your process? What does your process look like? Because it's essentially the fabricate spell. It's going to take about 6 hours of channeling it, and it requires a very focused end result of what you're building. So you have your crystal still slung across your chest, bandoliered to your back, and your box of rocks. How does Ken proceed?
I guess he'll pull out his notebooks, make sure he's reading it, confirms, I guess, what he needs to do. He'll have the box of Feyire open, put the crystal on a table, and then while using because he uses his armor as his casting focus when you're an armorer. I mean, you have the option of using your armor as a casting focus. So he'll equip both of his gauntlets, and then in combination with that, just an added sense of security, he'll tap into his innate draconic ability as well while activating fabricate. And I can see the the chunks of fate iron lifting up out of the box and being superheated, really fast, superheated to being like a bubbling ball of iron.
Mm-hmm.
Just have that at the ready, and then he'll look over to the crystal will float up, and then I guess you'll have the ball of fate iron goop intricately begin to wrap itself around the crystal in a stylized but structured way, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then just having that process, making sure that everything is as described in the notes that I found just over the course of 6 hours.
Yeah. As you kind of go over all your notes and you conceptualize the endeavor, this long casting. You've done casting like this before, setting up permanent enchantments around, I want to say it was around Erebor that you did some long-term established casting.
Yeah, I I turned whenever I turned Vidofnir into a permanent magic
That's
weapon.
it. Yeah, yeah. So you've done these kinds of things before, but it's always a stamina check. And as you reach out with your fabricate spell, the magic activating within your artificery, the gauntlets within your hand kind of shifting, and you can see the little bits releasing sparks of energy. The stones lift into the air, and as they begin to glow, clumps of dirt fall out as it's refined and brought into a pure ball of molten red-hot iron. Reach out and with the crystal create this beautiful organic lattice structure that kind of like, it's mostly solid, like capped at the base where it broke off, and then the lattice structure spins up in this almost Fibonacci sequence kind of like refined way. And as you move the iron slowly and slowly, each step you reach in and can feel the interior alignments of the crystals, the very molecules that make up this stone shift, turn, and you follow the instructions given to you within the notes that you had found. And for the next 6 hours, you are essentially unreachable as you are deep, deep within artificery. While Ken is working on that, does anybody have anything they want to do?
Locked
Damn.
in.
Yeah. That's very much what it is.
Right. Takashi, were you going to do more alchemy pellet crafting stuff?
I don't have any resources, and we're in the middle of winter
No.
zone. So,
There's lots of plants.
yeah, so much plants to pick from.
Tons of them.
So, yeah.
A relaxing day here within the castle. You guys find some of the locals here to talk to. There aren't a lot of people, and most of them here within the castle have jobs to be done. Most of the guards are either serving multiple purposes, on multiple shifts, or just have duties to attend to. But you spend your day here relaxing and kind of getting a little bit of downtime. As the hours pass, the rain outside shifts into like a light hail sleet storm before finally at the end of that 6-hour period kind of reverting back into the gentle flurry snowfall that you had first arrived here in. And Ken, as your day hits about, let's call it 6 o'clock, but it's, the Feywild.
Feywild.
Yeah. You open your mind, or you release that kind of grip on the stone in front of you. You release the spell, and there's this like of magical energy around you. And before you, you see floating, but still about the same shape, 2 feet long, but the base end that was before rough, shattered stone where you had broken it free from the crystal is now this smooth, metallic cap that has these, the intricate lattice works, like almost like a beehive up around the outside, twisting with deep little engravings in it. You can see this gentle kind of pulsing light in the center of it that seems to glow out with every color and then fade back away and then glows back out just a little bit, almost like a heartbeat. And you feel pretty confident that this is done.
Man, haven't focused that hard in a while. Okay. Deep breaths, stretch. Let's go let everyone know the good news.
You turn around, Thorn sitting in the chair. Yeah, You were really focused. You didn't even hear when I came in.
Oh shit! Hey,
How's it going?
damn, dude. Hey, what's up? Yeah, it's yep, it's done.
Kind of like looks past you at it. Yeah, I can tell. Let's go tell the others.
All right.
Kind of like stares at it, and there's that like look of almost like reverie in his eyes. He has a hard time taking his eyes off of it.
Yeah, I guess Ken will grab it and wrap it back up, and then like tie it back on him, and then I guess he'll head down to let everyone know.
Over the next 40 minutes or so, Ken gathers you all up from your various places here around the castle, brings you back to Sarah's office where he can reveal his creation. So as you all are gathered back up, I leave it to you, Ken.
All right. After 6 hours of absolute focus, um, I think we've I think this is the most intricate item I've ever created with the skills I've garnered so far. But yeah, I digress. But yeah, um, without further ado, ta-da!
All right.
That certainly is something, isn't it?
It has a draw to it, Rose, like similar to the crystal that you saw. Looking at the broken piece before, it didn't. It had a familiarity, but not like an impulse. There's almost like a magnetism from it now that's drawing to something within you. Thorn looks at you. You feel it too. Sarah nods. I can feel it too. That is powerful.
I don't like it. I mean, I like it, but I don't like any of this.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, that is the motto, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Now? Or did you
Uh,
need a break?
It
I
did burn
mean,
your 4th level spell slot to do that.
nope, yep. Let me make sure to mark that off.
Just wanted to remember that before I forgot again.
Yep, nope, I got it marked off.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so well, Ken will turn back to Rose, and I assumed you wanted to head to the fall court as soon as it was done. So, I guess whenever y'all are ready, let's go.
Yeah. But if you need, a break, did you eat? Did you eat at all?
Oh, I should probably do that, huh?
Should probably eat. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Food.
Brunch, early dinner, late lunch. What time is
like
it?
Second breakfast?
Second breakfast.
Yeah.
Let's just call it dinner and go get dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
Right. As everybody kind of files out and heads to wherever there is food, and Rose will kind of stop and look back at Sarah.
She just smiles at you. What? I'm coming with you?
Yeah, I know. No, I just after this, I guess we're going, and I'm not sure when we'll be back.
Her smile kind of fades a little bit, and she shakes her head. I know. But it's okay, because I know you'll be back. And I know you're going to win.
Yeah. Yeah. We will win. And I'll bring him back, okay? I promise.
She kind of like, her smile cracks and her eyes start to water. And she nods. Thank you.
And then maybe we can talk sometime before we leave.
I know he would really, really like that. She looks at you and looks at the sword on your shoulder. He would be so proud of you.
I hope so.
I know it. I know that man better than he knows himself. And he's going to be so proud of you. Kind of like reaches up and wipes the tears from her eyes. Okay. Now, slaps her face a little bit. Dinner, so that you can leave on a full stomach.
Mhm.
Best foot forward.
Right. Okay. Let's go. I don't actually know where we're going.
Mess hall.
I'm not
This
sure
way.
I'm not sure if they knew where they were going either.
You step out in the hallway, and everyone's kind of standing in the hallway waiting for you, because she was definitely going to lead them to where the
Yeah.
mess hall is. Oni
Okay.
heard everything, as you know he did.
Yeah.
But
That's fine.
all right, everyone, follow me to the mess hall. And she leads you to a dining room. Food is brought. A evening's meal for the next hour, hour and a half, where you guys can sit and have a little bit more of a light-hearted moment here within Grokheim. As dessert is taken away, the final course of this early dinner concluded. Sarah looks around the table and smiles. Well, this was really unexpected to see all of you again, and I never thought I'd be able to spend so much time considering everything that was happening. Don't be strangers. Come back. I know it's cold here, but, the castle's warm. She gives like a half smile, like, eh.
It's warmer.
And she looks at Rose and Aerith and Ken, Oni, Takashi. Kind of looks between everybody over to Thorn and Taz. Please, please, please be safe, okay? Like, do what you gotta do, and I know it's gonna be risky, but look out for each other and be safe. Or not. I mean, if you don't want to, I guess you don't have to.
I
We
was
will certainly
hoping
try.
someone else would say something.
Yeah.
Reassure her.
We'll do our best.
That's all I can ask. Okay. She kind of stands up and puts her hand on Rose's shoulder. If you ever have the free spells, your mom always wants to hear from you. Call your mother.
Okay.
He squeezes your shoulder and smiles at you. Just
Okay.
sighs a little bit, and then goes, "Okay, I gotta get back to work. I have not done any work for about 2 days now. Oh, there's gonna be
What do
so much
you
paperwork.
what do you even do here?
I mean, there's a whole city beneath us that I still have to run, honey. Like,
Oh.
there's people that have disputes with each other that I need to make judgments on. We've got conflicts with some of the trade unions here with it. It's just a whole nightmare. So nothing
Oh,
you need to
that's
worry
annoying.
yourself with, yeah. But I do need to attend to it, so
Okay.
just smiles. I'll see you again, all of you.
Okay.
She's going to head out of the dining hall back to her office, leaving the Wanderers et al. Once again.
All right. Anything else we can do to stall?
I thought we agreed no more side
Unfortunately-
quests.
But where's the fun in that? I didn't agree to that. Side quests are the best part. And then you also never have to deal with the ultimate end goal or consequences of terrible decisions and ideas for main quests.
That all tracks.
Yeah. Right?
I don't know, but I feel like the more you delay it, the more it's gonna come and try and find you. And the more angry it's gonna be.
You're not wrong. And I'm not trying not to think about it. Okay. Fine. Let's go. Back
Alright.
to Veranestra, I suppose. We're doing that tonight, right?
Oh, yeah. Didn't she say she wanted to see it as soon as it's done?
Yeah. She did. Okay. Alright. Let's go somewhere out where I won't potentially cause too much damage, hopefully. If things go wrong.
I feel like it's the third time. It's the worst I can have.
Alright. As you wrap up your meal for the night, full stomach, party heads out onto the front of large atrium entrance to this castle, this wide half circle out in front of it. As the snow continues to just gently drift down, Rose, you take out that little marker stone that you'd taken from Mithrandane, and utilizing it as your focus, you cast Teleport. The magic encompasses each of you. You feel that, like, sucking feeling in the middle of your gut of being pulled into a single point. And you reappear in another space, back within the bustling marketplace of Mithrandane. And as you do, Rose, the ground drifts away as you levitate into the air.
Whoop. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well,
And
no,
right
get
now,
back here.
forever. Goodbye.
Who's
Never have to deal with
No.
consequences. I'm not actually moving, am I? Damn it.
No, you kind of just drift up and begin to spin in the air, but as you try to will yourself to float away, you don't go anywhere.
Ken grabs his rope of climbing and like tosses it and like says the command word and then have it wrap around Rose's waist.
Okay.
Well,
You now
at least I
have-
don't have to walk.
You have a rose balloon.
And we'll head, I guess, down the path to the villa again.
You follow the trail through the city that you had walked just a couple days earlier, heading back down to Veranestra's villa. As you approach, Rose, you only drift for, I think, levitate only lasts for a minute.
Yeah, it's like a minute. But it was fun while it lasted.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, it's 10 minutes. Okay.
Ooh,
As
10.
you are pulled pretty much the entire way to Veranestra's estate, as you see it beginning to kind of crest on the horizon, having passed through the entry gate into that kind of centralized, walled-off, like forbidden city interior. You feel gravity once again reassert itself, and Ken's just sort of dragging you along now.
This seems also acceptable, I guess.
You
I
approach.
eventually take the rope off.
Okay.
Eventually.
As you approach the guards in the distance, Ken, you see them and release the rope, recoiling it back up and placing it back in your bag. Rose, you are unfortunately forced to actually walk on your own 2 feet now.
Boo.
As you approach, the guards give a curt nod. My lords, you were expected. Lady Varanestra awaits on the terrace out back.
Thank you. Thank you.
You a nod. You walk through to find her sitting outside. She's not looking back at the house. She's actually looking down over this kind of creek that flows out from beneath. And she's just looking out over her city. It is beautiful, isn't it? The colors, the smells.
Definitely
I'm
nice.
I'm in agreement.
Is this going to stop when it happens, or?
I do not know.
Yeah, I guess that's the answer, isn't it?
I do not believe so, though. For even in your world with no archfey, autumn comes and goes. Some places get it worse, some better. Perhaps this place will be more autumn than the rest, but I do not know. Please, join me. I assume your presence here means that you have been successful.
That would be correct.
Gee.
Yes, Kennels open up his little satchel and reveal it.
As
Actually, quickly before you do, I know you said that you have your own words in place. This is really, really pretty important. Are you sure that we can't put up one of our own as well? Just in case.
it would make you feel more comfortable, I am not going to
Yeah,
tell you no.
just a little bit. I'm a little concerned about all of this. A little bit paranoid. Aerith?
Yep. I'll cast Private Sanctum.
Hey, as you cast out your private sanctum, uh, okay, pretty much covering the entirety of her villa, this of magical energy out from Aerith. And she just smiles. That can definitely help. Alright, may I... She looks over at Ken.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's Yep. He'll open up the satchel and reveal the crystal.
As you kind of hold it there between your 2 hands, the cloth, it resting on the cloth and revealed almost like a, like one of those treasure chests that has like the pillow in it, kind of rests it on.
Yeah.
There is an audible gasp from Veranestra as she looks at it. And she kind of like lifts her hand out, and as she does, there's this little like glow of orange light around it, and she closes her fist. That is something for sure. And you crafted this from the stone you took.
That is correct.
Incredible. She kind of like turns her head, but she can't take her eyes off of it. She takes a deep, like, shuddering breath, kind of like sits back down. Well, what is your plan now then?
Well, we've decided. Well, after some revisiting of some friends' words, I think we've figured out that we don't need to have all of the leaders together at once to absorb everything at once. So we're just going to do things one by one.
That does
First being,
simplify things.
Yeah.
we're going
Just
after
a little
Lord
bit.
Oberon first.
She nods. Then spring is where it starts.
Well,
Seems poetic.
spring or fall.
She smiles and her gaze drifts back to the crystal. I am tempted.
What do you?
If you don't mind me making a suggestion, would it be? Do you have plans in place in case something happens? Do you have like leadership in place? No,
It's
someone
always
you can.
been Valenestra. That is no contingency. But that is what makes it beautiful. I will still
Terrifying.
be here, potentially. And if I am not, then the people, they will find a way. Life. She kind of like looks from the crystal momentarily to you, Ken, and then looks back at it. There are things in this world that are scary, dangerous, innately terrifying. And change is certainly one of them. Adapting to a new way of life and a new leadership can be tumultuous. But I do not feel that fear. Only excitement, anxiety about what I'm going to find on the other side. Since you began your war, Rose, I was hopeful of the outcome. You were strong. You had the character and the strength of will to overcome mountains, and you bore with you friends, a dragon, who were capable of doing such magnificent things. But I was still unsure. Your end goal of simply becoming Titania, well, I know how potent that personality can be. Now, this the right path. I am sure of it. If it would help you, I would be more than happy to test this device. But if you think it would be better to wait, then I can be patient. But know that no matter how long I wait, the people of Mithrandain will never be prepared. There are regents and councilmen in place to try to maintain some semblance of order. But order is never really what we're about.
Not particularly. I don't know, I have concerns, I guess, about going into the deep end without really knowing if it works. But
I can tell you that it is calling to me in a language I have never heard before and can never repeat. Like it's speaking to a part of me that I am not even aware of.
well, that's a good sign, I think.
It's to say it should work.
Yeah. I don't know what the right call is. I don't.
None of us do, darling. We are all trying to figure this out as we go. Let's do a round table, though. Let's go alphabetically. Aerith, opinions, thoughts, inputs.
Concerns, any of the above.
I mean, not particularly.
Anything? Please tell me why this is a good or bad idea. Or both.
Or neither.
Neither is unhelpful.
Why don't you break us down the pros and cons? Let's just weigh them objectively.
Okay. Well, pros, we know it works. Potential pro, we have one of the four already taken care of. I mean, I don't know if that really matters. Well, con, they know
Would
that it
be a
happened.
pro.
Right.
They know that you have such a power and that I have fallen as well. It may
Guess that
affect
could
the
be
field.
a pro or a con. If it makes her mad or it makes her less sure of herself.
I mean, it's not like one of us has reached out and taunted her in the last 24 hours, have we?
Taunted? No. Nope.
Not at all, huh?
I think she's gonna be mad either way.
Well, sorry, wrong. Well, continuing, Aerith, very helpful, thank you.
Sure.
Ken, insights, help, anything.
Well, honestly, objectively speaking, taking down Oberon and by extension that obelisk that's causing true death of the Fae is the highest priority. So if we're going to test this, logistically speaking, getting rid of that as soon as possible is the course of action I would vote on.
So you want to
Okay.
test it on him first before we try it with Lady Baronesca or whatever?
Correct.
Either way, we probably can't fight him until tomorrow. I guess unless you want to do it today. I'd be down a little bit, but not too bad.
No, we need to be at optimal in an optimal state if we're going to fight him.
Are we
Same.
bringing the army to fight him as well, or
I'd rather not risk. I mean, if they can give us support without risking their lives, sure. Well, let me not say that. Rose, your army, your orders.
I mean, I don't know. I suppose it would be helpful to have them if we have to wade through the other army, but with the
Yeah, we could
obelisk.
sneak past the other army as well.
Yeah. If there's any way that we can do it, just us and just him, I'd prefer it. I don't know
Right.
how exactly, but
We should be able to sneak in just fine.
I think no matter what, as soon as we get near him, he'll know.
Dragons do have an innate sense to their lairs, and it did seem very lair adjacent as to what was being set up there.
I've
I
snuck near a
mean,
dragon's lair before.
I could teleport us like 1,000 feet above the whole area, and then you're a dragon, and we just ride you into battle and on top of him, straight from the sky.
I suppose we could. 6 riders is a bit much, but I could probably
Then,
make it work.
well, Oni has his own ride actually, and so does Ken. So we just leave them, and Aerith has something. We just throw them off.
It's not a bad idea. They definitely shouldn't be looking to the skies. If they're still within our war camp, we know they're at least deep within the woods, which can help with Takashi's plan of sneaking through. We can
I could
utilize that as...
also. Oh, sorry. You
No,
keep
you're
going.
good. No, you're good. I was just going to say as cover.
I was gonna say I can also cast Pass Without a Trace and Gentle Rain, which should give us +10 and advantage on stealth.
You could make the like hurricane thing that you did last time again, if that would help us.
Hurricane would give us movement speed. Gentle Rain will give us advantage on stealth. So I mean, it's whatever one you want.
Right. And one would help us in the very beginning, the other would help throughout the rest of the battle.
I can switch it.
Or
I
both.
have 2 charges, but I won't be
Okay.
able.
Hell yeah.
So the only thing is, if he means it's a layer, I don't know if it'll be a contested check. If he somehow breaks my control, then it'll be out. And do you
Well-
want Hurricane for the fight, or do you want Thunderstorm? Hurricane is movement speed. Thunderstorm is we do more damage and have higher AC.
I mean, that doesn't sound terrible.
Aerith and Ken would be at a 32. Oh my god.
How much AC do you get off of that?
Plus Oni with his attacks and each one doing an additional lightning.
How much AC do
Hell
you get
yeah.
off of that?
It gives
target,
you +2 AC, and everyone does
Yeah.
1d8
I get
additional lightning damage on each hit.
I get up to a 29 and then additional lightning damage. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one sounds pretty good.
So I
Oh,
can.
damn. Fully activated, I'll be 32 AC.
Yeah.
I want to
Okay,
see Oni's flurry of blows action surge with all the lightning damage.
You don't. I mean, we can. What if we come out like above him, find him, and then just drop Oni like a rock on him? You don't take falling damage, right?
But I can fly. So
Yeah, I know, but if you just like zoom, hit him.
depends on how far I fall.
I will say the downside to Thunderstorm is we cannot hide. Like, we straight up, you cannot hide when you have it active.
Right. I mean, once we're in battle, I'm not too concerned about hiding, I guess. I know that's
You
kind of a
say
thing
to
for
the
you.
one person that wants to hide.
Well, I have other ways of gaining advantage, so it's not a huge deal for me.
I feel like either way, if we're doing aerial battle, you're kind of going to have to stick with Taz anyways, unless you have another way to fly.
No. I cannot fly.
Yeah.
You could ride side saddle with Aerith on his broom.
I can run very fast. That's about what I can do.
Have Takashi learn how to skywalk.
Right.
That would be so terrifying. I could just be like a 1,000 feet in the air, raining arrows down.
It'd be
You just
pretty
need to
funny.
get
What's the
Monk
problem
leveled
with
up
that?
and run across the surface of water.
Oh,
The raindrop is the surface of water. We could
Yeah.
just run across the
There
sky
you go.
easy.
I'm sure that's how that would work.
I already have a plan for how I'm leveling, and it's much worse, I assure you. Want one more level of fighter, so I get another attack, and then the rest is Gloomstalker Ranger, so I'm invisible.
For the first turn, I think.
Well, if you're in shadows, you're invisible, and then on the first turn, you
Yeah.
get an additional attack. So I'd be
Yeah.
getting 4 attacks, and then I have sneak attack.
And as long as you stay in shadow, you're invisible. That's fair.
Invisible, yep. Plus
I do
I
like
have it.
Gloomstalker.
Yeah. All stealth. Yeah, so are we planning on doing any bit of stealth then, or are we just teleporting above and just going all in?
Kamikaze!
I mean, we may have to do a little bit in the beginning, just because I can't guarantee I can teleport us directly above him. But
Gotcha.
somewhere
Okay.
near-ish.
Yeah, because Gentle Rain is just stealth for everyone. Downpour just gives us temporary. Well, it gives you all temporary HP. It gives me an additional attack.
Mhm.
Thunderstorm
exactly.
is the AC and damage.
Just
Hurricane
like that.
is movement speed. Well, I guess it could also like knock over buildings and trees, but
You know,
I don't get
fun.
Do you
it.
think? Do you think it would knock over the obelisk?
That would be a DM.
Right.
All right, I'm
Depends
back.
on. So now you
What-
can ask
what
him, I
if it is?
suppose.
They're wondering if I cast Hurricane, if it would knock over the obelisk.
I mean, there's only one way to know. You haven't even gotten eyes on it to know like how secure it is,
What it looks
how
like.
deep it is, what it looks like. All Taz knows is that it hit the ground going at a great speed and it's about 12, 15 feet tall, maybe about 7 feet in diameter. Who knows how far it goes into the earth though.
Can I use both my charges on one thing and just double the effect?
No. You can use both charges on the same thing to overwrite the effect, like Ozzy and I do with Reprisal all the damn time.
Oh, what? You don't want us all having +4 AC and 2d8
You know,
lightning
I
damage?
think I need to draw a line somewhere, and that just might be where I draw that line.
Oh, you don't want 200-mile-per-hour winds going through
That would be insane.
quadrupled movement speed.
What?
I have a question.
Okay.
It's dumb.
Okay.
Would the obelisk fit into a 10-foot cube?
No, because
Damn
it's
it.
about 15 feet tall, so it side to side it's big enough or it's small enough, but the top half of it would be like the top third of it would be cut off. Also, that's a Category 5 hurricane, by the
Yup.
way.
Does
So what you're saying
enlarge
is it'll rip the obelisk out the ground and hurl it across the country, basically.
Yep. Right
Yep.
to Astrozalian. It'll land on Titania like Wicked Witch of the West, and you'll just take the slippers and no place like home.
Like the sound of this. All right, sounds like a
What
plan.
if
Great plan.
what if we enlarge, reduce the obelisk smaller? Then would it fit into a 10-foot cube?
If it's a magic item, you can't Can you reduce magic items?
I mean, it says either a creature or an object that's neither worn nor carried.
I thought it was a non-magical object.
Doesn't say non-magical.
Never mind.
Oh, that reminds me.
Yes.
Okay, we need to talk about Septimus's Vanguard ability.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That'll be ready by the next session.
Okay.
It's essentially just a like amped up haste, like super
Ooh.
amped up haste. Because all right, again, they're all based off of the Final Fantasy XI 2 hours, and the monks one was called 100 Fists, where you just had no cooldown on your auto attack. Just bam, 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 bam. So that's the aesthetic we're aiming for. I'm just trying to figure out how to mechanically describe how many times you're going to be able to hit them.
Yeah, let's get that before I give you an additional 1 damage.
Of course, that's a Vanguard action, which requires, Ascalon form, and then that, ever so just cheeky con save at the end. But
What's the worst that could happen?
if it's
Right?
that or a party wipe,
Yeah.
It's something to keep in mind when we get to Titania, for sure.
Right. Also, I never heard a no for enlarge reduce.
That's because I think it would work.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, I can't find anything in the rules about it not affecting a magical item. Just that magical items tend to change shape automatically, when they're equipped or whatever, and it's like that doesn't help me at all. So based off of the wording of enlarge reduce, it should work on magical items.
Cool. I'm gonna need you to do that, Ken, and make it smaller so that it fits into 10-foot cube.
Okay.
For reasons.
Easy peasy.
Do you have disintegrate? Could you just disintegrate it?
I mean, Taz has disintegrate. I don't know if that works against objects, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it does. It
Does it?
blasts
Okay.
a hole through them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah,
Because
it's
objects
certain
have
size,
AC
just destroys it.
and hit points. Yep. You can
That's
destroy
also an
anything
option,
just
I
by hitting it.
suppose.
You just can't
So-
target objects with Eldritch Blast.
Right. So do you want
Unless it's a
to...
mimic.
It's a mimic,
Unless it's a
exactly.
Do we want to potentially think about doing anything to the obelisk first, then? Or are we just going to go for the dragon?
I'd rather, if we can fuck with the obelisk to lure Oberon to us.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he'll be there. I don't think he's going to go too far
yeah.
away.
I mean, if we can destroy the obelisk, it should
just 1
get
second.
rid of the layer.
Yeah,
shouldn't it?
it'll at least get rid of the lair, which would be nice, but getting to the obelisk, I'm sure, takes a little bit more. At least I'm imagining having to go through the whole army as it surrounds it, and it's probably sitting in the middle of the whole camp.
Stealthily walk up to it and blow it up?
Yeah. I'm sure that will work. And then also after we're done with that, then there's a whole army and a dragon.
We got this.
Yeah.
Or what you could do is you could have your army on standby until we destroy the obelisk. And then they immediately march in. That way it
And
distracts their army,
the
and
other
they won't have
army.
to worry about dying.
I guess. I'm not sure where we would keep them hidden while we do that. I'm not sure how long it'll take us to do the obelisk, much less if we make it there without being seen at all. Like, I have no concerns or qualms about you being able to make it there, no problem. The rest of us, I'm not sure.
I mean, pass without a trace with advantage is should be enough to get us all there, I would think.
It's a lot of potential contested roles, but
You just gotta believe.
yeah.
They're starting to believe.
Well,
We still have a particular item that could potentially help us.
what's that?
The figurine that I have.
Oh yeah, fruit dragons.
What does it do again?
I'm back.
Yeah, if the user is like at half HP or lower, they can use an action to turn the figurine into a gold dragon, like an adult gold dragon.
Mm,
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Forgot about that.
Definitely wouldn't be bad.
that'd be
Dragon.
fantastic.
We just have to half kill Aerith. That's fine.
I mean, I almost did that when I
No.
sneak attacked him.
I'm already
That's
choking
easy.
on chocolate.
Oh no.
So you're doing it yourself.
I mean, I'll get to halfway on my HP anyway, because like,
Yeah, I'm
this
sure it'll
happens to
happen
me.
at some point.
The old Earth curse.
Mhm.
Is it the Aerith curse or is it the Aurora curse?
How about
Aerith.
both?
Little column A, little column B.
Right?
I really should find a therapist now.
All right, well, show of hands. Who would like to kamikaze the dragon first? Raise your hand. Anyone?
Both Taz and Thorn are gonna go ahead and give out there.
Okay. Okay, I'll raise my hand too. Huh? 4, I think. Was that a yes, Aerith?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm stress
I have-
eating.
I have a little bit of a problem with the term kamikaze the dragon, but I do believe that should be our primary focus before we go for Titania.
All right. And then raise your hand if you'd like to sneak through an entire war camp undetected and try to blow up and or disintegrate or otherwise a obelisk first. Okay. Actually,
I mean, that obelisk is a problem.
yes.
Has kind of
But-
like half has her hand in the air.
Okay. You want to raise your hand for both? Got it.
I do.
Does Oni count as 2 because of his shadow?
Oni so far has not raised his hand for either.
Neither have I, because I'm still weighing
Or
the
10.
options.
To be decided.
Uh-huh.
As you guys are having.
I mean,
There's much of a
can
later.
I can see the pros of both options, but I just don't know which one be the most effective. Maybe the dive bomb will have the shock and awe effect. It'll give us time to really drill in and maximize the time we can deal damage to Oberon. And actually, tell you what, I will agree with option A, but we'll need to have backup as soon as possible once the obelisk is down.
Do we want to
Because-
send Takashi by himself to do option B?
How am I? I needed a way to. I can get to the obelisk. I need a way to
Yeah.
destroy the obelisk.
I know. I'm thinking about that.
All right, load me
Hold
up
on.
with a bunch of dynamite. Let's go.
You just use your tattoo to go into it, drop off some dynamite inside it,
Yeah.
and walk on out.
Sadly, I don't have dynamite. Do they have dynamite in the Feywild?
No. No, not that I have
Fey dynamite.
Someone call
may have
Robert.
interacted with.
Well, we could make it smaller, but I can't load a higher level spell to do that. The second part of the plan.
I'm sure it's fine, right?
Yeah.
This couldn't possibly go bad for
Nah.
in
Never.
ways unforeseen to all of us.
Never. That wouldn't happen.
So I'm kind of leaning towards blitzing Oberon. I mean, with everything laid out and pros and cons thought up,
Well,
I think.
I have thought of a con for blitzing Oberon. I do like that verb a lot more than kamikaze the dragon, but where within the war camp is he going to be?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why. I mean, that's why we were going to teleport quite high above and then ride you and try to find him. I guess. I mean, I'm assuming he's not going to be anywhere outside of the war camp, and it's not that big of an area.
It's about a mile across of space, and
Right.
I do want to remind you, dear, that dragons
From-
can sometimes burrow or hide beneath the water, so we may not be able to spot him even if he is a large creature. I can hide myself quite well when I do not want adventurers to find me, leaving behind small trinkets so that they can go about their business and not feel the need to.
And then you snap up and eat him.
No. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Misunderstandings, you know?
Okay, so we find the obelisk and fuck with it to trigger him to find us.
I mean, also I could try right now. I could try to scry on him.
It's true. You have met him.
Yeah, see if I can see where he is.
And the only benefit to the obelisk is we can be relatively sure it's where it fell. So we know at least where we're going within the camp.
I would hope so, unless it moved, which would be real unfortunate. Although if it went away, that would be cool, I guess. I just took it and went back home. Problem solved.
All right, so are we blitzing the dragon or are we blitzing the obelisk?
I don't know.
Since
We didn't
don't
even-
know where Oberon is, I say we.
We
blitz
didn't
the
even
obelisk.
decide on our first query, much less
Alright,
the
alright.
second.
Let's have someone state why they want to do the dragon, and then I'll state why I want to do the obelisk.
Okay, I would like to do the dragon because I don't want to deal with an army.
Okay. I want to do the obelisk because I don't want to deal with dragon layers, and it'll also stop preventing people from respawning. So if it's destroyed, people can respawn again.
That's
Also,
true.
it should draw out Oberon if we start fucking with it.
Then what about the army?
I feel
We'll
that's
have
why
them-
I had that said. Have your army on standby, just outside the radius. That way, obelisk gone, army can march in and start distracting the other army.
I don't know where they could hide an entire army
Don't have
close
to
enough
hide.
that they can reach us.
It'd almost be a good idea to not have them hide. Have them like on the border. That way, they're still fine. That's going to force Oberon's army to have to match them on the field. Or at least be like, maybe they're not fighting directly, but they'll both be on standby, and that draws soldiers away from the center.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
Actually.
hold on.
We could also be relatively sure that they won't leave the bubble of their protective space until
It's gone.
it's gone. So we wouldn't need to worry about, as long as we tell our troops not to engage on their territory, they shouldn't risk coming out to meet us afield.
Okay.
No
Yeah.
one leans over. And Lady Veridestra, you had stated last time we spoke that you were willing to give us a contingent of your troops to help. Is that still the case? She kind of nods. Although getting them into position may be a little bit tricky, I will do the best I can. And where are you mounting this assault from?
Our previous forward war camp that was kind of taken over.
I assumed that by the conversation. Where are you currently amassing your forces to take back your old camp?
I mean, our army right now is in Sarnau.
And it nods.
Which will, if we're planning to siege Oberon tomorrow, I mean, it took them long enough to get there. It's gonna take as much time to get back.
Well, they were also carrying a bunch of injured as well, which would slow them down.
A little bit, but it's still a decent distance away.
Could you send a message to them, sending, and let them know to, hey, just get closer?
I could.
If you
Because it
can
took how long again? Like 2 days?
They ended up making the trek back. So when you guys first went out to Astrazalian, it took 2 days. But you were also in wagon and kind of just going at a lackadaisical pace. When the army marched back, it took about 20 hours, but they were carrying, like you said, they had their wounded, they had dead that they were carrying, so it slowed them down. It's about a day's comfortable walk, like, from one to the other, or like 12 hours forced march. If there were enough mounts, it could be even less, but
Yeah, so you could tell them the message ahead of time. They get in position today, or get at least somewhat close today, and then tomorrow you
Yeah.
send them another message. Then see how close they are.
Where exactly do I have them go? Outside of the range of the army, but where?
You could have them anywhere, I would say, as long as it's... Because if they're a large force, Oberon's army is going to have to notice, and they're not going to want to engage outside the border. So as long as the army's amassed somewhere outside the border, should be fine.
In theory.
In theory, yes.
we had everybody kind of gathered there within the Saladas forest, so if we stayed on the Sarnau side of the forest, they'd only need a couple hours to get truly into position. Thorn kind of like leaning down, staring down at the table in front of him. The question is, how do we get your people there? He looks over at Veranestra. Looks back out. I shall need to be the Lady of Fall in order to accomplish it, but I should be able to move my troops into, well, the winter territories are mildly unguarded at the moment, and I should be able to relocate my troops there. If you can tell me where within the Winterlands your armies will be, mine can meet you.
Okay. So then I guess that would solve the other concern or debate. We save you until after Oberon and Titania?
If you need me to get my army into position, then I will need the power of Nestra to do that. But I am ready and waiting for when you have captured spring and summer.
Okay. It'll work. It has to work.
I know it will. I can feel it in the wind. Looks out once again kind of over the land as the breeze flows over the trees and like leaves start falling off, and this like little small gust. The Feywild changes, as life always must.
I don't like it.
Shall I have my armies sent to Sarnau to march with yours, or shall we meet somewhere afield?
How quickly can they mobilize? Because I can call my general now and let him know that what the plan is moving back in.
They are ready at my word. I have made the necessary arrangements after our conversation the other day, and they merely await my command, and I can send them there.
Okay. Yeah, send them to Sarno. Guess
Very
they
good.
can work together and
She
before they march. Okay.
stands up. I will make the arrangements and have the armies gathered out front of my estate here, so that we may send them on their way. One moment. She leaves to go and talk to her guards. Takes her, 15, 20 minutes to get everything into position, so while she's doing that, it's up to you guys what you do.
I guess I'm gonna call General. I don't remember what his name is.
No.
Please.
Ronafane! No, that was the summer elf.
Ronafane is mine.
No, you're right, it is. I had, Reladen. That's what it was. Something like that. Relorin.
Hey, there we go.
I found that one's name. Your general's name, though, was... Oh my god. Erlin Akena.
Ertlin.
Or Ishana. This is actually how it would probably be Ishana.
Are we still
AE.
going in loud, or are we going in quiet then?
I mean, once the army gets anywhere near, I'm pretty sure they'll know. Right?
We should... we should try to coordinate a strike with the army with when we are in position, so we can use that moment to catch them off guard. I think that was kind of the idea.
So, stealth.
Right. I'm not as good at the troop movement stuff. That was Thorn's job.
Yeah. I'm working it out. I think we'll have to give the order, and then we're gonna have to wait. So we're gonna need to get close, find a hiding spot, and then wait. And then once we see them reacting to our troops getting into position, then we can react. I think that's gonna be. Kind of looks down at the table and he looks over. Oni, you're smart, insightful. You have good ideas. Does that sound? I mean, what do you think?
Really a little hesitant to say. I feel like everyone's coming together really well. And mess anything up, I trust your judgment. You and Rose are the two most tied to the Feywild. These are your people for fight, so I fully support whatever it is you need me to do. Consider me one other troop.
Okay. I think that would be best then. If you're going to leave it to me, Rose, I think it'd be best to get our troops into position. And then if Takashi can obscure our approach, is there a way that you can make the army more obvious?
I mean, yes, but it'd also make us very obvious.
Ooh.
To be fair, I think a giant army marching for it should be obvious enough.
Well, yeah, they're probably going to take notice when a couple hundred troops start moving on their position.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
You could have them sound war drums, like they can be as loud as they want. Be like, all right, play some music as you march forward.
We haven't done that. He kind of like stops and looks over at you. We have to go back to Grogheim.
Oh God, why?
The fairy flag of winter. If we fly it, we're guaranteed victory. Taz kind of rolls her eyes. That is a fairy tale. It gives a benefit. It is a magical object, yes, but
A little bit
it
of
does
a
not guarantee victory.
superstition.
What's the benefit?
From what I can tell, based off of historical record, it makes the bearer luckier in all endeavors.
Just the bearer or the army?
Believe in this
Yep.
case it would affect the army.
Maybe.
And then
Affect us as well.
Thorn kind of shakes his head.
God,
It
who
doesn't
knows?
matter if it lights them on fire. What matters is that it's the flag. It's the flag of winter. It's a symbol. It's that that idea that we're not giving up. We're gonna strike back, and it insults their pride a little bit by showing that we are not going to back down.
I mean,
That's true.
obviously, this is important either way, so sure.
You guys have an anthem, a winter anthem, or a winter song?
No, but you get enough people together with instruments, you're bound to make music.
That's how that works, yep.
Fair enough. I meant like something that's even more of a loud and proud, we're here kind of thing, but
We could get Caraway to roar. She's pretty loud. No, I mean, He looks over at Taz. So me and looks at you, Rose. Taz and I could go back
Mhm.
to Grogheim.
Yeah.
And then we can meet you in Sarnau, or here, or wherever. Taz kind of like weighs
Probably
back and forth.
Sarno.
I could get us there and back today, but
If it's important to you, then do it.
Thorn kind of like lights up and stands up. I think that this'll draw their. I mean, we're trying to draw them out, right? That's what we. He looks at the party mainly because the DM doesn't want to make these decisions for the party. We're trying to draw them out, right? Draw their attention to the armies as we head for the obelisk. That's our plan.
correct.
Okay. I mean,
And
This
then
is-
once the obelisk is gone or down, do we want them to also march forward?
Yeah, well, they'll need to fight the army while we fight the dragon.
but
I was.
they'll be
Sorry.
no, go for it.
I was gonna say, plus if you're like the Summer Ladrin and then you see the army, then all of a sudden your super powerful buff just disappears as they rush you, that'd be fucking terrifying.
Right? Who knows what they've been sold? I mean, that one guy, that one summer elf that we interrogated, he seemed. I mean,
Yeah, I hate to have to fight them at all, but I don't know if there's any way around it.
oh no, there's no way around it. But I just want to make sure that once all the blood's been shed, it finds its way back into the right bodies, and no permanent harm is done. You know?
As long as we get rid of the obelisk, it should,
Yeah.
right?
So that's going to
So
be on
that's-
us.
Yeah, so then we have to do that before anything else.
Okay.
I can try to teleport us straight into the middle of camp where the obelisk is. I just don't I don't know if it'll work.
I
It's
wasn't
been,
even able to get a sending out while that
yeah,
thing was there, so
but getting in maybe is different than getting out.
true. It's worth trying. And we're going to be teleporting anyway, so whether we teleport all the way in or just close enough, either way, we can react from there. Thorn kind of like paces back and forth, starts like muttering a bit to himself. The door opens and Veranestra walks back. Alright, very well. My armies are assembling. They all should be ready to go to Sarnau within the next hour or so. Are you all...
Yeah,
Are we ready?
actually, Ken, you're better at writing out important things. Can you write like instructions for our army to be given like when they get there? I mean, I'm going to send Erlen a message letting him know that the gist of our plan, but it's a lot to say in 25 words. I don't know if you're gone or just muted.
Yeah, I can whip something up, no problem.
Just might be easier than trying to shove all of that into one sending. Also, having it all written out what our plan is, and then that way we're all on the same page, because I definitely know what we're doing and I'm not confused at all.
I mean, I think we're gonna do what...
I'd have the general idea.
I realized I could have gone over the plan again, but it probably wouldn't have clarified anything, so I just sort of
Probably
nodded.
not.
Yeah. Alright. Taz, are you good to head back? She kind of looks over and nods and looks back at you. Shall we meet to back here, or do you want us to go to Sarnau after we're done?
Are we going there today? Like right now? Can I have one last in me?
It's up, I guess, to everybody. We'll have to teleport, regardless of where we're coming from.
Mm-hmm. Well, I only have one rock from Sarnau, though.
We know where that goes.
I guess you don't. Well, shit. I mean, if we're going to go there and we can talk to the army, and Ken's already writing a letter, and now I feel bad.
You are more than welcome to stay here. I have a number of rooms that can be used if you wish to rest and prepare for your endeavors tomorrow.
Honestly, it would probably be better just to be here, and then I can just teleport us potentially into the war camp instead of teleporting to Sarno and then teleporting to the camp.
All right. Then I will return here once we have the flag of winter in hand, and we will be ready. Well, we need to get it to the army. Thorn kind of like stops, nods. Yeah, they need it, not us. So, sorry. Complicated plans, moving pieces. No one knows what we're doing.
No,
Oh, no.
no one knows what's happening.
Maybe have
It all
Thorn
comes back. The best
lead
fate
the army.
plans.
That might. I mean,
You said that Thorn's the best with moving troops and managing them, correct?
You're our troop leader.
So it'd make the most sense for him to have the banner and lead the troops into battle.
looks at Taz and Rose. Kind of like there's a moment of panic across his face, like that like eyes wide, and then he kind of shakes his head. That would probably be best. I mean, what's an army without their general? And if I'm there, flying my father's flag, then I can make sure
Right?
that they pay attention.
Who better? And you're the one who needs the luck.
I'm a lucky guy. He looks at Taz, looks at you.
Maybe
Luckier
they're
than I ever thought I could be. Okay, Lady Veronestra. And he looks over at her and she smiles. Yes. Would you be willing to send me and my compatriot here as well to Sarnau with your troops? Is that something you could do? I suppose it shouldn't be too much more trouble to send 2 more. All right, well, then what we're going to do, we have to go to Grockheim, come back, get the flag, come back, and then I can go with your army to meet up with mine. Taz looks at him, looks back at you, and I'm with you, always.
Are you
I
sure?
also, well, I mean, unless there's a better use for me, I wouldn't. So, I could help draw more attention to the army with my magic. I am much better at
Or,
that kind of
dragon.
things. Oh, there's a dragon. He looks at all of you. You're the dragon slayers. Or the wanderers of starlight. The last time I went toe-to-toe with that dragon, it nearly killed me.
Yeah.
If I was with the army, there's a much stronger guarantee that everything comes out all right.
Then go with them.
She
You'll be with us either way, just a little bit behind.
She walks over to you and kind of like stops just a couple feet away from you. I love you. You crazy mortal.
Hey,
Well, I guess here you're immortal. But
right?
to
I
me,
was gonna say,
your lives are usually so short.
I guess. Oh man, see if I don't take the Archfey, then I'm gonna die before you too. That sucks.
Great way of putting it.
There's multiple ways to become immortal.
Life is made more beautiful by the goodbyes and the hellos that fill it. And if I outlive you for however long, I've only got a few hundred years left in me, know that you will never die for as long as I live. And if I do not make it through tomorrow,
That's not an issue.
then I know that I will never die so long as you live. As long as both of you live. If you die, I'm probably going to be dead too, Taz. Like, I'm not going to
Well,
let
if you
like,
die
yeah,
here, you're fine.
That's fair.
I'll put you back together.
That's fair. That's fair. You're fixing that. Okay.
And if you die, turns to Taz, then I'll put you back together too. So stop it. Shut up.
Stop it.
Very well.
It'll be fine.
All right. Well then, I guess we don't need to really go with the army. I can just bring us to Sarnau after we go to Grockheim. So I will see you tomorrow after all is done, I suppose.
We'll be
And
there.
Ken will finish writing his message, rip the page out of his notebook, and pass it to Rose. This is what I got.
Oh, there you go. Cool. Letter. here you go, and pushes it into Thorn's chest.
Right.
Letter.
Gotcha. Official instructions from the Seeker of Summer themselves.
Also, you'll be there to expound upon the plan. So everybody knows what's happening. Everyone will be on the same page. No one will be confused.
I
And everything
definitely
will go
never
great.
confuse anyone. So
Nope.
you can trust me.
Confuse the
Absolutely.
enemy,
Thumbs
not
up.
the team.
Yes, Lord Seeker of Summer.
Also, turns back to Taz, just like grabs her by the chin and kisses her back, and just, I love you too. Forgot to say that. And then turns to Thorin and grabs him and kisses him, and I love you too. And everything will be great.
And it just reaches up one hand and brushes the side of your hair that's shaved a little short. You too. Always. And I'll see you tomorrow, after all is done. And then the next step.
Yep. And then we hope that Titania doesn't immediately get pissed and come and find us.
Hey, if she does, then we have 2 armies there to meet her with, so...
That's fair.
Alright. Alright. We could be standing here saying goodbye for the next 5 days, so...
Go away.
Alright, see you all tomorrow. Taz takes out her own little trinket. You see that magic grow around her in a flash of copper light. Her and Thorn are gone.
And wild magic goes off and we explode.
Oh man.
There's a ripple, but nothing happens.
Well, it's better than it could have
Next time you see them, they're all blue.
been. Damn it.
Veranestra steps forward. Did I hear them correctly that they are heading for the flag of winter?
Yeah. Thorn thinks that it'll be a good statement piece. Really drive the message home.
Is there a flag of fall as well?
There is, and I agree. And what
Want that one
better
too?
message to send than one of unity?
Hey, perfect.
I will send it with my army, with the instruction that they are to let it fly when you let winters fly.
Or we stitch them together in some sort of awful monstrosity.
Please don't. I do not know what kind of effect that may have on the flag. But if you wish to see
That's
something a little bit more fantastical than your average everyday teleport,
Ooh,
join
yes.
me on the front terrace and let us see the armies off. Army off.
I'm gonna super teleport them.
So the winters boost luck. What does the falls do?
They all boost the luck of those who fly it. It is a... Some believe it to be a fairy tale. Some believe it to be a myth. Some believe them to be magical items. And there is no way to know. For how do you classify luck?
But you know, what could it hurt? If it does, it does. If it doesn't, hey.
Even a non-magical flag represents something that people are brought together under. A unifying force. And so, if it can serve even that purpose, that is the right use for it. She kind of leads you through her villa, the small interior, and out onto the front. The cobblestone path kind of winds down, and as it turns, there's this almost like overlook that you can see that looks down over the hill that you come up in to get into her villa. And down in the area before you, 100 troops doesn't look like a whole lot, but when you look down at 100 heavily armed soldiers wearing burnished kind of orangish yellow armor that seems to glisten from every color from a deep red to a bright gold as the light hits it, heavy helms down across their heads and standing in 4 groups of 5 by 5 kind of flanking, not flanking, but phalanx arrangements. One standing out front, and as Varinestra steps forward, he raises his sword, and the rest of them start stomping their feet in unison. It makes this kind of beautiful, loud noise that's like symphonized chaos. And she raises her hand, and it stops instantly. The time has come for you to step forward into the battlefield and join our allies in the war against Titania's tyranny. Tomorrow, you will join with the armies of winter and the free peoples of the Fae in battling the spring and summer armies in the war camp that was taken from our allies. Orders have been given to your captains and general, as well as your allies on the other side. You know what to do. She looks over her shoulder. Do you have any words you would wish to share with them?
I mean, I guess we're having the war that we planned for, after all. I wasn't sure it was going to happen after what happened, but I don't know. Thank you for doing this, and we will win. And we
Nods.
will create a unified Fae, but not one under one leader.
She nods. The beginning kind of started a bit flat. Roll me a persuasion check. See how it ended.
26.
Flashy dice.
Okay. 26, 31. As you kind of rebolster yourself, look over your shoulder and see Ken, gives you a solemn nod of reassurance in this kind of trying time. Talking in front of people has never been a problem. This is what you're good at. But speaking in front of an army, even after 7 years, this is still intimidating. And these people in particular, they're not your people. These are Varinestra's people. But as she nods along and you speak, your words echo out across them. Varinestra raises her hand. For the future of the Fae, and for the freedom that we all cherish, fight. Give it all. For tomorrow is one of those days when anything is possible. The cheers across her army. She raises out both hands, and the wind picks up around you. You see the leaves start billowing off of all the trees here in the front yard. This massive garden that's probably 1,000 feet long and 400 feet wide. As she holds her hands out, the wind picks up. The leaves seem to be coming from nowhere as they originate from the trees, but the trees aren't losing any of their covering. They're just swaying and kicking around in the air. And as this tornado of leaves hits its crescendo, she raises her hands up and slams them down, and in a flash of orange light, the army is displaced. And the leaf storm subsides. And she sighs. They are there.
That's definitely a fancy teleport.
I will miss commanding such power, but it is a sacrifice I will happily make for my people. For our people.
For everyone.
Now, you have a busy day ahead of you. Allow me to show you to rooms. You can rest, eat, cover yourselves. And tomorrow we wage war.
Oh boy.
So, got a question outside of character. Can, I guess, I don't even know what to call it at this point. Like mental restructuring.
Mm-hmm.
Does that count as training as well?
You're talking about your resilience to not getting killed during Ascalon transformations?
No, like him, like the conversation he had with Taz, like trying to
I am
like,
a dragon.
Oh.
like, yeah, I am a dragon. I am a dragon. I am a dragon.
It's
I am
not
not human. I
necessarily
am a
like,
dragon.
yeah, it's not really a training, it's a narrative beat, really. It's
Yeah,
a something you're kind of working towards, but not anything that has a mechanical scale to base off of. Does that make sense?
yeah, no,
Yeah.
okay. Well, in that case, I want to do that before I turn in.
Roll me a wisdom check. Does anybody else have anything to do on this last day?
Well, since we're about to rest, I'll put a flash of genius in this.
All right. You once again focus on those words, the advice that Taz had given you. You've seen a couple of dragons and their human forms fight as well, and mimicking that has been kind of a goal, one that you're making progress to. I mean, you're damn hard to hit, so I'll tell you, you got a good AC like dragons do.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything that they wanted to work on that night? Ken steps away to meditate quietly alone.
Rose finds a dark room somewhere in Baronestra's villa to just quietly have a panic attack.
Got it?
Can only find Rose real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. You could probably hear the of them trying to calm down.
Only will kind of, knock so that they won't just panic if he shows up. Because even if he wants you to hear him, a lot of times it's hard for people to catch him or Takashi, so make sure his presence is known and kind of step in to check on Rose.
So you
Hi.
have
Is everything okay? I kind of heard panic setting in. I feel.
Just a bit, just a little. Thorn usually helps me out with these when they happen. He's not here anymore, and I don't know. Probably not. Fine.
Oni will cop a squat beside Rose, just put a hand on their shoulder, like, it's okay, it's understandable that you're worried, things are going crazy, but everyone is doing the best that they can. And whatever happens, kind of already in motion. Worrying, panicking, they're good emotions to have, but you can't let those control you. And the people around you will support you through it. But O'Neill kind of like pause for a second and follow up with, you do have something that could help you calm down.
Of course, I guess I do, but I don't.
I didn't
don't
want to say
know.
anything in front of the others because it seems like you didn't want it known, but I don't think that crystal was a bad thing, honestly. I feel like it's just a powerful attachment with the Fae.
Right.
But
It,
something small like the shard, it it might help bring you some comfort, you know?
right. Maybe I'm a little afraid of what it might do, but I just that that feeling before was just so good. And I know, I guess it was not in a good way, um, you know, losing control like that and potentially never coming back. Um, but
But you did. So did Thorn. You both understood what was at stake, what it meant for the people around you if you didn't. Here you are. So I don't I don't think it'll control you. It might ease your mind, it might you to relax, feel at home, because ultimately the Fae is your home. I don't think it's a bad thing. I feel like it's the same sort of feeling that people get when they're exposed to a heavy dose of medication. Not used to it, you haven't been in it, and then it hits all at once. But in moderation and in the
small
correct
amounts.
dosage can be beneficial. I'm not telling you to mess with it, and I'm not telling you, get rid of it. Ultimately, it's your decision. But I could tell that the panic is hitting, and
It's just, I mean,
stress.
I feel even more so now, not only the entire winter army, but now the autumn, and I feel like I am condemning hundreds of people to, I don't know what, to death, to enslavement, to destruction. I don't I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know if this was the right thing to do. I don't even know if doing this at all was the right thing to do. Like, who am I to come and try to fix things? I don't even remember living here when I was born.
That's it, isn't it? You, if you aren't here, you aren't entrenched in it. Your words shouldn't have carried the kind of weight to motivate the people to stand up and start doing what they're doing. But they are. They are fighting tooth and nail for the betterment of their society. And I don't want to devalue work you or the Wanderers, but it's not. It's no one person's responsibility. No one person is responsible for changing that. The Fae chose this. The winter and the autumn court specifically. And it's hard to tell with the others if they're being controlled by Titania, forced into servitude, or if they genuinely think they're doing right. But ultimately, they are also having to make a choice. And all anyone can really do is make a choice. For better or worse, there's no right or wrong. It's what you feel you need to do. And the Fae themselves are each responsible for their own fate. Living, dying, success, failure, they have to make their own choices. And like I said, I don't want to devalue anything we're doing, but it's not us. We are not responsible for them. They have to make these choices and take those steps forward, and they are. They're putting their lives on the line to make sure there's a better tomorrow.
Just, I can't help but feel like, would they have done it at all if I hadn't asked it? Is that better or worse? I don't know. I mean, and Tanya would have done what she's doing either way, I guess. And is she wrong? Is she right? Are we right? Is there a right?
That's the question. That's what everyone should be looking to answer. We won't know if we're right or wrong until we've followed through. And there's a good chance that if you hadn't shown up, if we hadn't intervened, that the Fae would have remained how they were. Anya would have been at the helm, the courts would have fallen under her control, and it might have been fine. It might not. We really have no way of knowing. And there's no there's no issues with being introspective about things, looking back and thinking what you could have did better or how you messed up. But you can't let that weigh you down. It'll stop you from moving forward. You'll never know what you fixed if you're worried about what you've broken. And if we succeed in talking to Titania, it doesn't seem like she's very receptive, but we can also still make that effort. There's no reason we have to end another life, but if we have to, then we're all completely ready to make that sacrifice. Just like she's ready to end us if it means whatever her plan is succeeds.
Right.
It's heavy, and there is no right or wrong. But you're not alone. You have armies that are sharing your point of view, that want the same things you want. You have friends and loved ones that are backing you the whole way. And you have an entire Feywild that is demanding change, one way or the other. If we succeed and we undo the Archfey setup that they've always had, it's going to change drastically. Or if we fail and Titania succeeds in bringing everything under her control, change will still happen. That's what this place is all about. If we don't try to change, then what are we even doing here?
That's fair. That's true. It's fair. Okay.
Like I said, there's no pressure. I don't want you, the day before we're going into a serious battle, to feel like you can't move. So take your time, relax, try to focus in on whatever you need to focus in on. And Ken, Aerith, Takashi, they're all there for you. If you need them, you talk to them. The Fae, everyone out here. So take your time, relax, and we'll do what we've done since I've been here, at least. I'm sure you've been doing it much longer than that, but we'll tackle the problem at hand and go from there.
ever moving. Yeah. Okay. We'll just keep doing what we're doing. It's always so much. Thorn keeps telling me that we have to do what's right, be heroes. I guess he said that I could also give up if I wanted to, but it seems, I don't know. When I started all of this, I guess I wanted to be a hero. Wanted to be like the people that bards tell stories about. I wanted to be important. But I didn't know how hard it was going to be, or how stressful, or how it never ends. It never ends.
That's the upside of stories, of songs. They get to gloss over the trouble times, the rough times. Then you hear about the successes. You hear about
Yeah.
the people they saved and the lives that are better for them, but you don't have to hear about what they go through.
And
The
only
lives they lose, the trauma.
Yeah. Oh no. And only the ones that succeed. Oh, my headphones died.
I mean, you're a bard. It doesn't have to be that way. You could always sing the songs of just random adventurers, people who are doing the things that they do.
Jim went down to the market yesterday and bought a loaf of bread.
Might not be as exciting, but if you want the people that aren't remembered to be remembered, it's always a thought.
That would be something different, wouldn't it? Sing songs of praises of people who do. Well, they succeed, but maybe not in world-altering ways, right? Or the ones who fail. You don't hear much about them. I guess it's because they die and they don't tell their stories. Might be kind of difficult, actually.
Only a kind of stand, nodding, give you a pat on the shoulder, and just if anyone can do it, I'm sure you can. But
I guess
try not to drown in this.
I guess I do need a new job now that I'm not going to potentially rule a court of the Fae like I had planned for the last couple years. That was kind of a sure thing, and now I'm a little adrift, maybe, I suppose.
Well, you could always be the liaison to the Fae, the liaison, if you will.
Oh, ah. You always know what to say.
I'll kind of chuckle and give you one more pat on the shoulder and walk out. Let you relax and try to make sense of whatever you got going on.
As he leaves, Rose will take the shard of the Feywild crystal out of their bag and kind of just hold it in their hands and look at it, see what it does or what kind of pull this part of it has.
You reach into your bag and you take the crystal out. And as it rests in your hand, it feels heavier than it should for something as small as it is. It's only about maybe like an inch long. It's like a sliver shard, like inch long, quarter inch in diameter. And as you like look down at it, it catches the light from the aurora happening outside the window and kind of reflects it back at you in this multicolored hue. And you close your fist around it, and you can feel that same kind of pull from the big crystal, but it's fainter. It's gentler. And as you kind of like lean into that, you feel this wash of just relaxation. You don't find yourself drifting anywhere. Your consciousness doesn't perceive an empty space or anything. Your eyes are just closed. You can smell the grass and leaf mold that fills the air outside, the smells of fall, and hear probably down the hall as Takashi and Aerith are talking about something, you know. And in this moment, you feel that same peace. And for a split second, you could swear Thorn is right there with you. And it's comforting. You kind of just grip it a little bit tighter. And for as long as you want to just focus on it, it will give you that sense of belonging. But it doesn't have that same draw.
Yeah, they'll probably just spend the rest of the night just thinking and contemplating, and definitely a little bit calmer now after talking with Oni and also having the shirt.
Oh, yeah. As Ken works on his meditation, Takashi and Aerith, two of you, what do you got for this day as we wrap up this day and we can pick up with tomorrow next game? So let's start Aerith. We'll do alphabetical.
Why?
Because you created a character with an A name. So as the army is dissipated and sent to Sarnau, everyone kind of finds their own corners. What do you do, Aerith?
I'd probably go into the book dimension to research how we can absorb the essence of, you know, the archphase into the crystal.
Okay, roll me an investigation. As you turn and take the key out and hold it up against the wall, the magical door manifests itself, and you kind of turn the key and head on in. You spend your evening poring through theoretical tomes about transferring souls and energy being stored within devices. You find talk about magical items that have certain amounts of charges of arcane power and how they draw the energy from the world around them. But unfortunately, none of the information that you find quite applies to what's happening. And a part of you had to have known that that was probably going to be the case, as this has never really been something that's happened before.
Uncharted waters.
But a night spent in even unsuccessful research is still a worthy endeavor for a sage and somebody who values knowledge. And as you drift through, you find little bits and pieces on how enchantment is, affected to enable items and things like that to have multiple uses, how magical energy is stored within arcane enchantments, which is different from what you've seen Ken doing with his artificer enchantments, as it's an entirely different style of magic. But yeah. Anything else you wanted to work on this evening?
Nope, that's it. At least for
All
me.
right. That's it. Takashi, as Ken heads to meditate, Aerith opens up the book dimension, and you see Oni walking down the hall towards where Rose went a few moments ago. What would you like to do?
I think Takashi's gonna take a walk through the garden area and reflect on his own home.
Okay. Roll me an insight check. As you head out, walk past the guards that stand watch at the front door, and they give you a nod. You begin to walk through this front garden, down the long sloping cobblestone path, past the kind of like overlook area where you had watched the army teleported out from. And as you head down, the city is so different from Acheron. From the Acheron you remember from the 10 days or so that you spent there recently, as well as the Acheron that you can remember from your childhood. Both of them were different. The one that you returned to being much more... It's not darker per se, but everyone kept things a little tighter to the chest after the fall of the BID, and there was a kind of camaraderie that was missing from there. But as you look around at this place built of wood and stone and not metal and glass, you can see past the barricade walls, the autumn Eladrin and the folk who live here in Mithrandain going about their day-to-day lives. And finally, as you kind of like begin to walk back, the aurora catches one of the trees in just such a way that it looks like a shimmering doorway of golden light. And you are reminded of what drew you to the Wanderers in the first place, and into this crazy war for the Feywild.
Better
More
hurry
side
up and
quests.
wrap this up. Yeah.
As you finish up your walk for the night, heading back to the villa, everybody has rooms assigned that are comfortable. Veranestra is providing drink and food if you need it. But if nobody has anything else they'd like to do tonight, you can turn in for your long rest, and we can start the next leg of this endeavor next session. So, anybody have any last minute additions to the scenes?
I'm not blue anymore. Sorry.
You're not blue. Your god listened. He's just, he had a plan. You needed to go to sleep.
When Aerith goes to meditate, when he trances tonight, we need to paint him blue again.
No, please, no.
I probably only really say seeing, I guess, Rose and Thorn and Taz reassure each other so lovingly. He's immediately reminded of me and just misses her a lot.
He misses you too. With each communication.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I was about to say, wait a minute. I can tell her directly.
You can tell her directly. You can hear it in her voice, a kind of a longing, a pain that she didn't know was even gonna happen, as she had never been without people that she had met before. But an understanding that you're both fighting for the same thing. And in the end, what that is each other. All of that kind of goes unsaid. The sweet words filling the actual sending, but the tone between the two of you. Reassuring, comforting.
Yeah.
As you kind of reach up and send your message through your tattoo and hear her voice in your mind, having concluded your meditation and the party heading to their rest, her voice still ringing within your ears. You curl up next to your dragon cats. Find yourself some much deserved rest.
We don't have to do the
But
whole
suddenly
thing.
I get a visitor in my dream.
Well, I was gonna say
Please don't do that. That would make me panic so hard.
Dreamcan.
Dreamcan. You find yourself
Full
in a
attention.
familiar clearing. Rose
Give
sitting.
Oni a. Oni's
Oh
never
my
had a
God,
dream. Give
dude.
Oni a dream.
Oni doesn't. I mean, that's fair.
But yeah, Rose
Don't
will.
try to throw me under the dream bus here. Come on
Yeah.
now.
Go ahead, Rose.
Yeah, Rose will dream to Tanya again tonight, one last time before we set everything off. And just whether she listens or not, or bullshits her normal whatever, Rose will just tell her the story of like everything that happened to them, starting with their deaths and the gods, and explaining everything that was happening to
Okay.
the wanderers.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Like,
As you-
dude, like,
What'd you say, Ken?
let me tell you the story of our bullshit.
Let me go ahead and paint you a picture of what you're up against here.
Right? And this is what's happening on the material, this is what we're doing and trying to fix it, and this is why what you're doing will have Jack all.
You begin the dream, and we don't have to do the whole thing, but you
Yeah.
begin the dream, and it's met with that same kind of ringing telephone, and it's almost like you get a call back. Like she's too good to answer your call, but not too good to call you. Yeah. And you find yourself back into the main ballroom of the castle at Astrazalian. Looking up at this throne, you are greeted with mild contempt, a little bit of amusement, but the same kind of attitude that she gave you the first time, and you start your story. And at the beginning, she doesn't seem to care. She's just sort of like rolling her eyes, but you begin with such a strong opener of meeting the gods and being sent back, and it draws her attention. She listens to your story, but at the end seems unmoved. Her intended desire has no bearing on what's happening in the material, and it will, to her, it will work regardless of what's happening there, as it always has.
Yeah, that's fine. It wasn't even necessarily to convince her again, but just to sow that seed, maybe just a little bit,
Okay.
before we wage war tomorrow.
Roll me an insight check.
Insight. Hey.
Oh,
Okay.
If only I had rolled that for persuasion, but it's fine.
You, as she kind of dismisses you, that same like wave of the hand, and you are sent back into your own body. There's no pain, which is nice. You're not used to your enemies not at least hitting you with some psychic damage when stuck in a dream. But for a moment, you feel like there's a look of almost uncertainty on her face. Like she puts her hand up in the air to wave you away and tilts her head ever so slightly and locks eyes with you and then narrows them and then twists her hand, and you are dismissed.
That's all I needed to know, is that she heard me at least.
Definitely heard you. You are turned to the kind of dark room here within Veranestra's estate. Curl into your covers, and for the first time in a number of years, you sleep alone.
Sad.
5 of you wake up the next morning, anxious but excited and ready Not necessarily in a we're going to Disney World excitement, but in a
We're going to war.
in a today
Disney
is the
War.
day. Disney World. Yeah. Today is the day that all of our efforts begin to culminate into, hopefully, our desires. And
For
that is
good
where
or
we'll pick up.
bad, it's happening.
For weal or woe, as Nicholas would say. But that's where we'll pick up next game.
To where we
Yeah.
go.
Oh, I thought you said before we go.
I said, to war we go.
To
Yeah.
war we go. Hey, Aerith, name of next episode.
To war we go.
Man, it's too bad. We didn't even need to remember that Ken has a cloak of displacement.
Right. Another
Probably
combat
tomorrow
list.
we're all gonna forget. Or
Yeah.
into next session.
Remember, no one dies.
Man,
Right.
Can't make that promise.
sent both of the NPCs to the front lines. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, don't like it, but at the same time, it's that or into, the
Oh, no.
middle of it.
The front lines are definitely the safer place to be, but they were
Shouldn't be.
a powerhouse, and I was like, okay, all right. I was actually gonna like ask if two of you wanted to pilot Taz and Thorn during the whole battle, because like having that many NPCs with that many
No.
enemies, it can be a bit
A little bit easier this way.
heavy-handed on my side. But hey, now I don't need to worry about that. It was the smart move,
Hopefully we shouldn't have to deal with an army. Just a dragon.
right?
Yeah, just a dragon.
Just a simple little dragon.
That's what you guys have
That's what we do.
trained for.
You were training for this?
Through
The last
on-the-job experience.
6 months of adventuring / 4 years of D&D games has been training for this and everything that's to come.
We're getting ready for war.
Hell yeah.
On a like multiversal scale, let's get it.
Right? What's the worst that can happen?
Changing the very natures of reality as the courts.
Yeah, that also won't have any repercussions, I'm sure.
I mean, you call them repercussions. I call them campaign themes for campaign 2.
Happy accidents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And technically, there's going to be more when Nicholas and Mia and Stir change the rules of magic.
You
only get level 2 slots. That's it.
Level 7 plus slots can only be cast on Saturdays or Tuesdays.
And only with permission and adult supervision.
Exactly.
But I am an adult.
No,
Nah.
you need another adult.
Oh,
A better adult.
All elves must be babysat by someone at least 400 years old. I've seen how
Liches
slow
do
you
not count.
learn.
Liches do not go.
There's just like a clause in all rules of magic that outlaws liches because of Nicholas's deep distaste for them.
Yep.
I mean, that could be interesting. A lich who's relied upon their power for, centuries, and suddenly their magic isn't really working anymore. That could be fun.
One of the coolest idea I've seen for liches is they use mechanics or spells from previous editions of D&D because they're so
Right.
old.
That's really cool. At first,
Is
I thought you were going to
Nicholas-
say mechanical parts, and I was like, when I first knew the weakness of my flesh, I was disgusted by it.
Like, so their spells work differently,
Right.
and like
Mhm.
like their counter spells work differently. There's all their attack spells work differently. This is
Kinda cool.
very interesting. And Stone Skin, I believe that was a spell that used to be a thing. Like they would do that and it makes them resistant to all damage for a
Yup.
certain amount of turns.
But just think how messed up it's going to be if we run into a lich with spells we don't know at all. And
Yeah.
he's from the future bringing
Yikes.
spells.
Oh no.
Also, is technically, is Nicholas a lich or no?
No.
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 I heard
Yeah?
two different answers.
He has Mistra to thank for that. He wanted to find a way to be immortal without doing necromancy, and she gave him away.
That's what the cookbook was.
Mhm.
But you guys knew
Cool.
that from the moment that it hit there. You were like, "Oh, it's a cookbook. I get this."
I honestly did not catch on to that. I thought it was a cipher for like a super secret high powered spell.
I mean, it technically is.
Yeah.
It's the notes
Immortality.
on his stone. Yeah.
Yep. Good luck finding the last ingredient.
Well, that's because the only one
Well,
who
that's
knows what it
ingredient
is
love.
Nick.
We all know that. Come on now. You're not gonna fool us.
I mean, kind of. It just has to be
Aerith
love
just
from a
said-
very specific person who's like, yeah, I'll give you the item you need.
Who doesn't
Aerith just
exist
sends
anymore, by the way.
Nicholas a
It doesn't exist anymore.
Aerith just sends Nicholas a message. He's just like, Nicholas, there's something extremely important that I need you to answer, okay? Ends the sending there. Nicholas is just like, what the fuck is the question? And Aerith comes back, it's just like, what is the final ingredient to this cookbook? Because it's very important.
How do I make lemon ginger snap cookies?
Lots of lemon zest.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Chili
none of that.
powder,
You're
and a
right. You
dash of
straight
love.
up cannot get that last ingredient now.
Says you, I hear that's a challenge.
Right.
I mean, if you could get that last ingredient, we wouldn't be in this problem.
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't told us how to get that last ingredient, so I bet you we probably could.
We can figure it out.
We just don't know yet.
We're willing, if not tenacious.
I'm pretty sure we specifically went out of the way to avoid the situation where you can get the final ingredient. I'll say that.
I mean, I respect the hustle, but we find ways.
Mm,
We brute
I
force
think-
our way into a
I
lot
will
of dumb
say-
stuff.
I would say at least half the party would be very adamant to not do it if they figured out what the last ingredient was or how they would need to do it.
Kill Mia.
I don't know. What's the last ingredient? I hear
What's
Final
the
Fantasy in the background.
last ingredient, Nicholas?
Hmm?
What's the
What
last
is it,
ingredient?
Nicholas?
What is it,
Nicholas ain't gonna tell you. It's
What?
chocolate chip cookies. I ain't telling you.
When you were sending him messages, I'm like, well, one, he doesn't know what you're doing. Two, he only has a limited exposure to this knowledge. And three, how do I sass you correctly in 25 words to properly represent Nick?
Well, remember when he messed up the first time, he did call himself a fucking idiot.
He did, but he only really treats himself like that.
That is
So
true. It depends how much Aerith is pushing him.
He didn't push too hard. I'm gonna read the sendings because it was really funny. We were told about how
Very-
Titania, Veranestra, Bastille, and Oberon all carry a portion of the essence of life from Aoife to Tana. We are theorizing that all four need to give up their powers as Archfey to charge the crystal for us to send to you, but we are unsure how to execute this because there's a war happening, and Titania will most likely not give up her power. We are not sure if we need all four to charge the crystal together, or if we can gather them one by one. Nicholas's response. You may be onto something. Stir seems to recognize the name. I said Aoife, and now he's muttering it like a madman. Power like that can be volatile. But a proper containment vessel should be sufficient, whether it's one or all. If you can get to my tower, there are notes on how I created my stone. I've kept a few secrets, so if you reach something you don't understand, ask. If the four represent four parts of this, Aoife, to Tana, then I presume they'll need to be united, like we united rock and sand and stone and soil.
This was all done with 100 words.
That was exactly 100 words.
But
Oh,
he
yeah.
said it like rock and stone, right?
Right.
Rocking
Like you don't
stone.
need them all at the same
No,
time.
because you guys purposefully did them out of, well, not purposely, but did them out of order. I purposefully make a point to never say it rock and stone. It's always sand and stone and rock and soil.
Man,
It's on you guys.
We did this.
we gotta go back.
Gotta go back. Load
This
the
is how
old
we
save.
convinced. Yeah, this is how we convinced Nick to let us time travel again.
A rocking stone.
Rock and stone. Oh boy.
Are you crazy?
I don't think anyone actually asked him about his red crystal, though. I don't think.
No.
I don't think it was
Yep.
ever brought up.
I mean, it's
That's-
very obvious.
He had a blood red stone in the front of his book.
Mm-hmm.
Never came up.
It was mentioned. It was just never
It was.
pursued.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Because
important.
Nick's always cagey about that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, it's just a nice gem in my book.
Yeah,
What's
so
the
we
wizard
wouldn't
book
end up
Totally
missing
no
the
reason
matter.
behind it at all.
No.
No reason at all. Just a nice red stone I found on the side of the road.
Has nothing to do with why I'm, 1,400 years old.
Nope. Nothing.
What's a
Just
wizard
good.
without bling?
It's just cardio. That's all you need.
Cardio.
Proper
He
diet.
Happy
drinks
living.
a bottle
Yep.
of fish oil every day.
Happy living as he pulls out his magical pipe.
Yep.
Smokes it.
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups.
100 squats.
100
I would pay to see Nick do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups.
He could not.
Not with that attitude.
He still would not.
Just on principle. He's like, I could do it, but I'm not going to.
He's like, if I cast enough spells, I could probably do it, but I don't feel like doing it.
His mage hands lifts his back up over and over and over again.
Actually, I saw it somewhere where the shorter races, if you cast Enlarge Reduce on yourself, and you reduce
you can
yourself,
make Mage
technically
Hand
you can
carry
fly.
you.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Just fly away.
Right?
that's the dream.
Fly
Mhm.
like an eagle.
You become the ultimate silly guy.
I still think that if you want to surf on a giant hand, Big B's hand is the best way to do it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Skeleton's
And a
hand.
group of kids.
Just fucking, I love that spell so much.
Aerith, you still never copied from his book. He gave you his book to copy from, and you didn't copy any of his spells.
There was too much to copy.
You could have at
Opportunity.
least chose one of his custom spells. It would
There
have been
was
so
too
good.
much to copy.
Decision paralysis.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. Power word fall.
I know.
Should have at
At
least learned that one.
At least power word fall.
Such a goofy
Could've-
spell, and it's so good.
Oberon fall out of the sky.
Mm-hmm. There's actually a few spells he never got to use.
Did he ever use Power Word Chase?
So he never used Quick Word, I don't think.
He did his quick word a couple times. I think he
Right.
did it when you
Let's go
were
for it.
crossing the mountains and going towards the cult camps that were on the eastern edge of the spine of the world. I think you used it during that, like, when you were laying traps for people.
Probably. Yeah, so you could use the Quick Push Ward, the Protection Ward, or the Slip Ward that just causes them to slip. I never got to use Frightening Revelation and all those, the upscaled version of that.
He did get to put his ley lines out a couple times.
He
and
did.
I know Mia absolutely shreked something with, I think, like a chain lightning that was
Chain
upcast.
Lightning.
Yep,
Yeah. That one time, yeah.
Magic Amplification Sigil.
that was cool.
Yep.
That was
Reveal
fun.
Reveal Action. That one would have been good to pick up too, Aerith. That was the one where you have advantage, or the enemy has disadvantage on attacks, and you have advantage against all saving throws.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
I never used Time Stasis. Well, I used Time Stasis on the weapon, but never in fight.
You stopped my sword, and I was really confused because it got stuck there, and then I couldn't move because it was attached to my pants.
That was only for what, like an hour?
But I was stuck there for an hour because I couldn't move.
Then you should have took your pants off. I don't know.
That's what Rose kept saying.
But I always
It's
say
good
that.
advice. Listen.
You gotta
Alright.
you gotta find Nicholas again, Era, so you can at least get one of his spells.
I was thinking of just going to his tower and going through all his shit and making a mess.
Oh, he cleared out all the important stuff from
Mhm.
his tower. You're not gonna find his custom spells.
I feel like what he left behind was a copy of his cookbook. That was it. Was a copy of the book you found. Because it's one of those things like wizards, you're never going to give away all the secrets, but you can't hide all knowledge. Like that, the beginning of the trail has to start somewhere, you know?
Yeah, I think he left like very, very, very basic stuff in his tower.
Yeah.
Everything else is either destroyed or taken away.
Him and Stur spent that last day kind of walking through and clearing it out, covering everything with sheets so that, you know, whatever wizard finds it next, like a hermit crab, can just move in and take over.
Disable the more lethal traps.
Who knows? Maybe Aerith's that hermit crab. Maybe
There
that's
you
his
go,
new
Aerith.
tower.
You want a tower?
So what you're saying is we'll have an excuse to teleport to Mechanus real quick, so I can see my fiance.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you can get there.
Don't get trapped in Mechanus and then we got a new side quest.
Says
Pick
you.
up plane shift again, but I don't have a key to Mechanus, so.
Once
No,
the
well,
war's
like-
over, we'll make sure you have as long a vacation as you need. You get a nice honeymoon with me. Like it'll all be great. Just got to finish the war first and finish all this stuff with dragons.
And finish everything else.
Yeah, finish fighting Tiamat, and then you can do whatever you want.
Easy peasy.
Exactly.
Ken used to just
Yeah,
be
quite-
fighting for duty. Now it's love and duty.
Mhm.
Like real shit, I had a really fun idea for an epilogue, like small session. We all hanging out, and then we get an invitation to like go to Celestia to visit Bahamut and his council.
I mean, you guys might end up there in the story as is. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We still
We
got
still
the
got, we still
golden
got
door.
the, yeah, I was about to say, big golden door we got.
Right.
If you think
What the-
Oni has forgotten about that, you got another thing coming.
Oh, I haven't got about it either. But like, war.
Yeah.
It'd be mildly funny. The epilogue is we go to your wedding, and then some like low, like level 1 bandits show up. Like, we'll just quickly rob the place. And you have like all these level 20 adventurers just get up and stare at them like you fucked up.
Like Ken turns into Ascalon right then and there.
It's like this
Like
is
in
the
his
worst time.
tux. Like in his tux, transforms into Ascalon.
Cracks knuckles. Oh boy.
Eric just yells
And in
at
this
you,
case,
he's like,
Knuckles
"Not
is the name of one of the
fucking
bandits.
Why'd you do that to Knuckles, man? Ah!
This was my wedding. Great.
Good
Oh
time.
man, now I gotta talk to Chekhov about drawing Ascalon shadows. Just Ascalon in a tux.
Hell yeah. Tuck salon.
Oh my god.
All right. I need to step away, go make some dinner, because I'm getting
too.
kind of hungry. But
I need sleep. You all have a great night.
Yep.
Take it
He was
easy.
well.
you too. I'll catch you.